Happy Saturday, everybody, and welcome to the Stay Plugged In channel. I'm your host, Bearlight, here alongside Olin. We're here for the largest online recruitment event of the season. It is called Carry2College by Stay Plugged In, and in this winter season 2023, we look for the best of the best when we talk about recruiting in Rocket League and Overwatch 2 here today and tomorrow, as the competitions will spread across those 2 days. All of these players looking for potential collegiate opportunities and a place to call their college home. Olin, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Bearlight. How are you?
Doing well, too. What are some of the things you're excited to see here today?
Very excited to see some high-octane collegiate esports action. Looking to see some, eventual prospects, high school athletes, anyone wanting to make a name. And yeah, just ready to get going, man.
Right off the bat, let's start with some excellent news. So in Stay Plugged In short career of about 2.5, 3 years, we've seen so many players commit to their new college home. And we have an announcement today as one of our own Stay Plugged In recruits for Rocket League just committed to Concord University. So everybody in chat, give it up for WASD Taylor, the Grand Champ 2 out of North Carolina, goes to Johnson Community College. We actually hosted a LAN there, a recruitment LAN, and he was one of the ones to help us out there. So Olin, WSAD Taylor, he's going to Concord University. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, super cool to see. Spoke with him the other day about it all. He's very excited. The coach messaged me and was just real excited for him to get going and get on the team, and that should be a very successful career for him. Very excited for him.
Definitely. So WASD Taylor, again, I got to chat with him a little bit at JCC too, and we'll actually get to chat with him a little bit more. Tomorrow we have a live interview set up with WASD Taylor to talk about his commitment to Concord, to see his journey in the process. He'll probably chat to us about the LAN experience that he had with Stay Plugged In and all of us here. So we're excited to announce these because anytime we have a recruit here for Stay Plugged In that finds their new college home, we celebrate every single one of them. And in fact, you got to get your hands dirty with a little bit of the graphics for these players who are committing to. Talk about the commitment series.
Yeah. So kind of how we do it with Spin is we have a conversation with the athlete or the esport athletes, and they're mainly talking with Nick. And then Nick will shoot me a message and say, hey, this person's ready to commit. And I'll make the graphic up, and then I'll have a conversation with that player usually. Be like, hey, does this day work for you? What time would you be able to interact with this? Wish them congratulations. And it's just a really, really wholesome and cool, window into their life and their next step, right? Because they're going to college to compete for, the esports program there, and they're super excited. And yeah, it's a really cool opportunity to be able to converse with them and see how they're feeling about it all.
Yeah, and that's just a huge step in anybody's life, right? We talk about going off to college, and 5 years ago, 10 years ago, when we were going through that process too. I say 10 for me, obviously, and 5 for you, right?
Yeah.
Super old here on my side, but
right.
It's just a giant leap for these kids, and so awesome to see them in esports now, because that wasn't an option for us, which is super cool. You can actually, create your free profile on Stay Plugged In and start just as WASD Taylor did. Look at the features you get. You go to recruitment lands, like we said, but any event that we have hosted that's open to you, you're able to play in that absolutely free. Create your player profile, so that way when you compete in these events, you're also listed on the scouting report that comes out that lists every player that's participating in these, and you can have your player profile viewable by all of the colleges too, whether you're in an event or not.
Yeah, definitely. It's really the opportunity that Stay Plugged In presents to these athletes to market themselves and create a brand name and just kind of kickstart their esports journey as much as possible is awesome.
It always is. So how do colleges recruit at these events? Let's say Carry2College, for example. We talked about the scouting report. So let's take a look at some of the features that are on that scouting report too. And this is actually intended for college as well, who may be interested in finding your next players to fill your rosters. But not only just players, but obviously students as well, the ones that fit your program. So these scouting reports, like you see, include a full list for all events, who's participating, who's on which teams, right? You can also, see the recruiting information for each player too, GPA, all of that. So for colleges, it's always awesome to get that head start here on Stay Plugged In website as well. I know here on the broadcast, we typically talk about the player perspective, but I mean, colleges can benefit from this as well.
Absolutely, yeah. They're having, eyes on the next level of competition, and not to mention the communication factor they can have with the Discord college fair as well. And it's just a complete whole new way for colleges to interact with prospective players.
It definitely is. So that's the scouting report side of things. Back to the players side. Obviously, you get the free features of being able to go to events, right? And really show your skills in that aspect. Here at Carry2College, we'll get into some of the things that are happening with the college fair too. But I want to talk about the subscription because it's only $5 for a subscription for players. And so why should you get this $5 a month, which, by the way, is equal to a Twitch sub? So subbing to one of your favorite Twitch personalities, right? It's the same price. But then look at what we've done at Stay Plugged In. You get these features here. We've facilitated over $21 million in scholarships, 133,000 profile views, and 16,000 new conversations. That was calculated at the end of this year. So those numbers are growing in addition to that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for $5 a month, it's a deal you can't beat. I mean, you can't even get a Subway footlong anymore for $5, and the ability to market yourself and present yourself to colleges and kickstart your recruiting journey is incredible.
Yeah, there's other features too, obviously, with the subscription. So let's go over those. You can message college directors right on our website. All of those conversations stay organized in one place. So that way, if you're reaching out to multiple colleges and trying to find the right one for you, you can go back and it's literally a database. Your profile has all of this here. Plus, you get live notifications as well when a college views your profile. If a college is following you as well, so that kind of gives you a heads up that, hey, this college is kind of interested in me. Maybe I should reach out and message them too.
Yeah, it's a really cool, like you were saying, the conversation factor, as well as you're putting everything about you on in your bio. You can kind of just highlight any important information, your GPA, graduation year, what you're interested in as a player towards a college program. It's really just a way to describe yourself and kind of initiate that conversation with a coach.
Here at Stay Plugged In, we say that collegiate opportunities is what we're all about, and you can do it in your own personalized way. That's totally fine. But we make it a whole lot easier, too, to have all those conversations, like we mentioned, in one place, too. And again, $5 a month. Just visit staypluggedin.gg and get started. We have recruitment specialists as well that you can connect with. Suave, for example, I know a lot of you have connected with Suave. Suave, of course, is one of those individuals who really cares about the student and says, I've been through this process before, number one. But number two, I've talked to a lot of students who are going through this process. What do colleges look for? He's got helpful tips on how to approach those, which we'll also see from Sheridan as well later in this broadcast. But all the useful tips from him are absolutely incredible. He'll check in on you as far as in-game performance. Have you been practicing scrimming? But also from a student perspective, how are your grades? What grades are typically what colleges look for? Any questions that you have? Suave is all over that. It's so good to have somebody in your court as well, and that comes with that subscription too.
Definitely, yeah. Having someone hands-on in the field and knowing any answer to any question you could possibly have about the recruitment process. As well as little tips and tricks, hey, here's something you could do to better yourself and maybe change your Discord profile picture that's not looking that great. But yeah, having Nick in your back pocket is incredible.
It definitely is, 100%. And so you saw a lot of the features that we have with the Stay Plugged In subscription, and that's all, again, available at staypluggedin.gg. Look as the many things that you get for free, and then we just add to that list too. I mean, we're talking a custom recruitment plan from Suave. We're talking about unique content and news just for you. Subscriber-only Discord, so you can have questions answered in the Discord too, but connect with some players that are going through that exact same process. You can see who views your profile, like we mentioned, and see who follows you as far as colleges go. So it's just everybody wins when we talk about Stay Plugged In.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm going to hit on it again and again. If we had it when we were going through the college process, life would be a completely different life right now. Like, it'd be insane.
Definitely would. I mean, there's a reason why you bring it up all the time. It's because it's 100% accurate. And the many people I've talked to as well, even, college directors these days, when we talk about them, I mean, they're even like, I wish I had this, but Now I do, right? And they took the first step themselves in order to launch their own programs, or at least join a program that already existed to build it even further. So we always encourage you you jump out into the esports world and kind of check out just because it's way more than just in game, right? You have these recruiting events for college, but also, from a professional standpoint too, there's avenues to pursue in that realm. Also production, like we're doing right here with casting, but also behind the scenes and making this come to life. I want you all to check out behind me. I can't get a full screen, but I do want you to see the many things that are happening. We have 30 PCs lined up here, actually more than that because of production PCs too. And all of those are going to be watching streams here today. So every single match will be covered in action here today. So that way colleges have a stream guide in their hands that they can look through. Exclamation point guide if you need to bring that up. That'll show the many channels we have live here on Stay Plugged In, but it'll also show which matches are where, so you can check out the players you want, and the players will be on stream consecutively. And that doesn't happen without the 25 workers that we have here in this office. It's pretty special, and a lot of opportunities being created here.
Yeah, a lot of work going pre-event into this, where we're getting a bunch of admins and, like you said, the 30, 35 plus computers running. We're caring about this. We want to make an impact, and having the online aspect of it, you just needed a lot of hands on deck. And so having the Carolina Esports Hub available, and just the community coming together, the Stay Plugged In community, I should say, and assisting with that is an awesome feat.
Definitely is. So we have two titles, like we mentioned here today. It'll be Rocket League and Overwatch 2 on the docket for this afternoon and tomorrow. There are two different styles of brackets that you could join as a player as well. The open division, or the open play, rather, is going to be groups today into a bracket which starts today and ends tomorrow for a $2,000 prize pool. The top 4 teams are going to be paid out in that regards. But so all the top talents, right? Everybody who's grinding to perhaps hit SSL if we talk about Rocket League, or a Master Grandmaster, or even top 500 if we talk Overwatch 2. They're obviously going to be in this bracket. It'll be difficult to kind of approach that. So we also created the divisional style Carry2College, which will be happening here too. And for those players, they'll be competing amongst players of their same skill level. And all you have to do, all you're doing is playing through the matches of 8 teams typically. And so that's 7 matches total between the 2 days. And if you have the best record coming out of that group, of your own group, then you win $100. So, but really here, we want to drive home that Stay Plugged In is a recruitment event first.
Yeah, definitely. Recruitment forward. Players are going to be putting their best foot forward to win that prize pool, right? But also to kind of boost their stock as a recruit, and hopefully impress a college coach and get some conversations started. I think one of the stats on there was 150,000 conversations started. I could have my numbers off, but yeah, no, just absolutely insane ability these players are going to have today to create a name for themselves.
And Olin, talk a little bit more about the player Discord server within Stay Plugged In. That's now what's going on there. We have the College Fair Virtual. Go into the details of that.
Yeah, definitely. So we had last year, I think it was in November, we had Carry2College Fall, and that was the first Discord college fair that we hosted, and it was a massive success. Coaches loved it. They wanted it back for the winter. And we have, I think, 35 plus coaches having their own individual channels in the Discord server, where they're sitting, waiting for people to join, ask questions about their college. It's not to be intimidated. Coaches want to talk to you. They want to have conversations. If you're waiting for the next match, if you're, you're up 2 matches to 0 and you're far ahead in the bracket and you're waiting for people, join that college fair, talk to people, ask some questions. Just get your name out there. Networking is a massive feature or asset to have in esports community in general, business in general. So just go have conversations. It's an incredible tool.
And during that, absolutely, I agree with everything. And during that college fair, which, by the way, was happening just now, so some of those players are just coming out of that now. We had one at 1:30 to 2 o'clock Eastern time here. So that way the players have time prior to talk to some of these colleges. There'll also be a slot mid-competition as well at 4 p.m. Eastern time for those players to step through. It's actually up to 40 colleges now, which is super exciting. Wow. We got 5 in the last week, so we're definitely pushing those numbers too. We also have interviews coming up during that time frame at 4 p.m. while the players are checking out the college fair. We have interviews from Dylan Gentlecore of University of Wisconsin River Falls. We've got Dan Marino from Ball State University. We got PJ Farrell of Cleveland State University as well to chat with us here on this broadcast, as Sheridan was able to sit down with them prior to this broadcast. So I'm really anticipating what they have to say, and some of them will be helpful when we talk about how to approach colleges and to talk to them at that fair.
Yeah, some of the biggest and greatest minds in collegiate esports right there. PJ Farrell, I know he's new to the position, but man, the things he's doing at Cleveland State is impressive. I think we just had a facility tour from Cumberland University, and they're also in the college fair, just to give a little prep there. But yeah, no, incredible minds going throughout the esports, the collegiate esports scene, I should say. And we're very, very lucky to have them come on and talk with us.
That's right. 100%. Yeah, I talked to PJ Farrell and one of the previous Carry2College, so I know for a fact, I've seen what he's been working over at Cleveland State, so he's going to be have incredible insight from his perspective. I've also seen Dan, right, Dan Marino, and Dylan before, and they've had great things to say too. So I'm excited to pull those up eventually throughout the day as well. But for those of you who tuned in for the actual gameplay too, we have multiple channels that you can go through. Again, exclamation point guide to bring those up. But basically everything from Stay Plugged In A to Z and Stay Plugged In AA to about GG, which is appropriate, will be live here. So you can check out those channels and follow them one by one if you want. Or if you just want to tune in for a little bit, exclamation point guide will tell you where to go to find those matches. And we have one coming up on the main broadcast too, so we'll have our action here. We have a lot of great casters joining us too for this event. We've got Orbital and Ult Charge here for Overwatch 2 on day 1, and then Master Hamster will be joining us on day 2 for Championship Sunday as well. And for Rocket League, we've got myself, but more importantly, Hell Monkey Man and Discounts will be joining me for Rocket League too. So I'm excited for the talent that we have in the booth in addition to everything else. And of course, that stream guide, I'm going to talk you through here as well. So Olin, Overwatch 2, Rocket League. We also have other titles coming up. Tell us about those.
Yeah, so February 2nd and 3rd, correct me if I have the dates wrong, we got Valorant and League of Legends, call it the Riot Weekend. Just an incredible weekend of high, last time Carry2College fall, we had Valorant. That, I think, it was the most registered event. I think we had 30 plus teams sign up. So it's going to be an incredible weekend, but this weekend we've got Rocket League and we've got Overwatch 2. So looking forward to that.
It should be incredible. Well, we have a match coming up here momentarily. It looks like we may be going to Deerfield Warriors facing off with Royalty in just a minute. But before we go there, we kind of want to talk a little bit more about the event as a whole. Again, the open play is what we'll be watching here on this channel. So it'll be groups set up here as groups have been randomized. So these teams coming in will be playing against teams from all over the realm here. But that kind of gives you a little bit of an advantage if you're some of the higher teams, but only the top 2 teams will make it into championship, or the bracket rather, which will begin later here today. So it's pretty much, you got to perform pretty early here, Olin.
Yeah, you got to put your money where your mouth is, and if you want to make it to day 2, you definitely got to perform today. Now, you got some high caliber Overwatch teams. I know we were talking about them earlier. Rocket League, just the same. Should be an incredible day of competition here.
Should, definitely. So, Olin, I got to talk to you a little bit before about a little bit about yourself on the Esports Architects podcast that came out as well. So tell us a little bit about what you're involved here with at Stay Plugged In.
Yeah, so my title is Digital Media Manager. And so basically I control the voice and the overall reach of all social media platforms in cooperation with yourself and Sheridan and Kyle, our director of technology. So we're all working together to create as much content for respective collegiate athletes, coaches, programs, basically just wanting to spread as much positive light for the collegiate scene, as well as kind of Stay Plugged In's message, right? We're out there wanting to create profiles and help prospective esport collegiate athletes brand themselves and kind of kickstart the recruiting process.
Definitely.
So Go ahead.
No, you first. You had something to say. I cut you off mid-sentence. That's my fault.
You're good. You go. Yeah, no. So just editing a lot of videos, editing a lot of announcement graphics, and just controlling the overall voice of the organization.
That's amazing. And on this side, I've been able to work with you hand in hand, so that's pretty cool. So let's go back to WSAD Taylor. We'll have a live interview with him. So What are some of the things that you're thinking about asking him as far as his commitment goes? Because I know you've seen a lot of people come through here before. So anything that you have in mind right off the bat, or maybe not yet?
Yeah, no, I kind of just want to see where his mind's at. I know he's excited to get going at Concord University, and the coach was very excited to have him on, like I said earlier. So just kind of getting his mindset, what led him to choose Concord, and what some of his goals are, maybe in his first year versus where he wants to be at the end of his tenure. Yeah, no, just really looking forward to getting in his head and seeing where he's at.
For sure, for sure. We have the first game coming up here momentarily. The players are getting into the Discord as we speak, or getting into the game as we speak, rather. As they're just hopping out from the Discord, of course, like we mentioned, the college fair going on too. So I kind of wanted to look up the list and see what kind of colleges we have coming through here, the player Discord. And I mean, we had a bunch, like we mentioned, 40 coming through here. So definitely special event overall from a recruiting standpoint. So I'm excited to see all these colleges, 40 of them lined up. From your perspective, I know we'll get to hear from Sheridan. We'll get to hear from these colleges too that we had mentioned. What's your first go-to, and maybe what's your mantra when it comes to talking to a college from a player's perspective?
Yeah, I'm wanting to see where their heads at as far as kind of just how are you going to better my time at a university. Because I'm coming there ultimately to help your program, correct? And so I'm wanting to look at all of the extracurricular activities on campus, look at all the benefits that I could get, whether it's close to home, far from home, anything like that, the general college stuff, but as well as how you're wanting me to perform as an athlete, how you're going to be checking up on me, whether you're going to be a more hands-on coach or, I'm going to let you do your thing. I trust in you. I believe in you, but still going to have some, eyes over your shoulder kind of deal. Just kind of get an overall scope of the program. And one question I like to ask anyone is like, where do you want this program to be in 2 years? Where do you want it to be in 4? Just kind of get a short-term and long-term goal to see really what their overlook and perspective into the future of the program is, and whether or not you're going to be an asset for that.
That's awesome. And I know you've had both perspectives because, I mean, you've been there as an esports athlete prior, and I know that you've been semi-professional too in back in your day as well. But let's turn the tables. Let's talk about from the college perspective because I know you've been there too. From a college coming in, what do you expect from this event? I know you've probably attended these in the past as well. What do you kind of look for here in this event, and how can you make the most out of the Stay Plugged In event?
Ultimately, the first word that comes to mind is confidence. You want to see in game and out of game confidence. So whether it's popping on, we'll say Rocket League, right? Going up for every single contest, winning every 50-50 just because you're that good and that fast, right? Or going into the Discord, college fair, talking to a coach, asking questions that are going to be pertinent to your college success. And so confidence is one thing that comes to mind. You also want to see just overall communication, whether it's in game between teammates, and just having the overall general flow of what a team should be. And leaders are definitely going to come to the top here.
For sure. Like we mentioned, of course, as a college, you can get started here on the website too and check out all the features that we have. StayPluggedIn.gg. Make sure you check that out. Of course, our website to pull up the details of what you get value-wise, not only from one of these events, but also as a whole. How can you message these students? How can you set up your profile to make sure that it looks presentable? And not only that, but it shows all the features that you have, right? It mentions if you have scholarships, obviously that's a big draw. It'll draw the eyes of players too, in addition to, just that. But even if you don't offer scholarships, you can say, hey, like our tuition this much, right? We are in this awesome area location-wise. And from players, you can look at their profile and say, this is perfect for me. Maybe I want to be in this location. Maybe I want to be part of this established team. You can provide photos, videos of your arenas, too, from a college perspective and say, this is what we built here. We're proud of it, and we would love you to be a part of this organization, too. So it's not, just about the recruitment piece, but it's also about, well, it is about the recruitment piece first and foremost, but it's also about showing off the college and getting your college on board with your esports program, too, which can be equally as important.
Yeah, no, I think I said it in the Esports Architect podcast that you were mentioning earlier, but you're an esports athlete as well as a student athlete, right? So you're going to college to go to college and get a degree as well as play games and compete on the program. So you're definitely wanting to factor in everything as far as education wise, just as equally as you would how the programs you progressed over the years and what their goals are in the future.
Mm, that's awesome. I love it. So for us, we're setting up our match here on the main stream, but the action's already going down. You can go to exclamation point guide, bring up the channels, and click through those. We've got Stay Plugged In, A through Z, and AA through GG, by the way. So you can just flip through those, twitch.tv/Stay Plugged In B, and then all the way down. The guide will also show you which games are on which channels, which teams are on which channels, although those are also subject to change. We're going to get you over to our Overwatch 2 casters here momentarily, so before we do that, again, Olin, I wanted to thank you for coming on, and you'll be with us throughout the rest of this weekend as well.
Definitely. Yeah, I'll be here to stay. I'm going to be in the chat interacting with everyone and watching some high-octane gameplay. I'm excited.
Definitely. All right. Well, again, we have a lot of content coming up after all of this coming through. We'll talk you through the brackets along the way as far as who is where in which brackets. If you want to check out everything too, exclamation point bracket will pull up all the information you need, or event site. So exclamation point event site will bring up the same thing. And what is that? That's the event webpage. This will have rosters. This will have brackets. This will have, results. This will have standings. This will have everything that you need to know about the competitions, both Rocket League and Overwatch 2. It'll send you down to what we call the Carry2College Arena, which will have options there for you for both Rocket League and Overwatch. And I know my guy, Kyle Taylor, here behind the scenes, he's actually the co-owner, but he's also the tech director here at Stay Plugged In. He's built these... He's built this wonderful website so you can keep track of everything all in one place in the website. And I think we actually lost Olin right now. So unfortunately, we're gonna go to a quick break here. That we get Olin back in and get our first match. But don't go anywhere. You're watching Stay Plugged In. welcome back to the Stay Plugged In Network. We appreciate your patience as we went through some tech problems, but we have our first match for the main channel up and ready to go. Olin, it'll be Overwatch 2 first for us here on this channel.
Yeah, no, looking forward to seeing if there's going to be any meta switches. I know Roadhog and I think Junker Queen got a buff. I could be wrong. I might be a little out of date on my Overwatch too, but excited to see the competition nonetheless.
Well, let's talk to the pros about it. Let's go down to the Skybox now. We have Orbital and Old Charge on the call. Orbital.
Right, well, I guess I'm introing, right? Like, what are we doing here? So. I don't know. We were all excited, but yes, welcome here to the Stay Plugged In Overwatch 2 recruitment process here. It's going to be a fantastic time. Of course, I'm only here for one day, but the man to my left or right, whichever one you want to take a look at, is the ever so amazing Ult Charge. Been an awesome caster and analyst here for Overwatch 2, has extensive knowledge here. And Ult Charge, how you doing?
I'm doing great. This is one of my favorite events to work. I worked with Stay Plugged In back at a Helix Esports live LAN. That was in Foxborough, Mass. Love the setting. Love what these guys do, connecting high school players to the collegiate scene. And it's from top to bottom. It's the very best collegiate teams, and it's the middle of the pack ones. We've got a wide range of players here today, from all the way like down low in the gold ranks who can still you can still get a scholarship at a low rank. There's esports programs everywhere that are dishing out scholarships to all ranks. And then we've also got a featured team. If they wake up at some point today, Wisp, they were originally going to be one of the games that we saw in this opening stream, but right now they are not all awake. So we do have Deerfield Warriors and Royalty Overwatch. Their stage is set on Ilios Orb. Let's just get right down to brass tacks here. What are these players hoping to get out of today?
Today, if you're talking about this match, a win and a dub. I would like to see that too. But overall here, I think you do bring up a fair point, because we heard about it earlier from Barrelight and Olin. It's a lot of showing what you got in more ways than one, right? Really showing off, your own individual skill, but that can come in numerous different factors, right? For DPS, right? Of course, you're going to be that big kind of destructor. You're going to be the main person going in. You're going to be getting all the damage. You're going to be top of the charts. For a tank, it might look a little bit different. Positioning, are you leading the team? Are you at the right place at the right time? For your utility, your healers in the back, what exactly are you doing to help support the team? A lot of these factors come into play in these recruitment processes. So just as well as you want a good individual performance, you want to have a solid team performance as well. So getting underway, Deerfield Warriors over here on the blue side, of Royalty will be on the red to kick things off here on round number 1.
It looks like Royalty just kind of pushing into the natural cover, playing as a unit, which I love to see right away. Everyone is within that Lucio speed aura, and they're playing in Orisa comp, which likes to lock down very set amounts of space at a time. This team playing as a unit right now is a good sign that these are a bunch of players playing together for probably the first time, and they're coordinated. We look on the side of Deerfield Warriors, they do have a more mobile comp. They're playing more spread out. If I'm a college coach looking at these matches today, I'm trying to see, one, what can a player do on their own? Can they pop off like we've just seen both tanks capitalize on some kills? And can they coordinate and find kills with their teammates who they're just playing with for the first time? Their team play and their individual play, both of those are the biggest factors today.
Really got to keep that all in mind. But of course, another thing is just playing standard Overwatch 2. You never know. You could just play your game and have a blast here. So far, Masmer is going to enjoy a little bit of a punch out, because the timer is ticking up for Deerfield Warriors. They were the first ones to be able to cap on and counting up, I believe, 33% and more. And so far with the fights outside, Royalty Overwatch, they need to start figuring out an option. Hideo, very nice shurikens being thrown straight into the backside and just continually harassing the opponents.
And Hideo's not afraid to go aggressive here either. Mesmer dives in, puts the bubble down, and this is where Royalty could start to get diced up. Hideo wants to find more. 80% of that Dragon Blade and Primal has been popped. Mesmer's making the plays himself. These hands are rated E for everyone. Mesmer's throwing them.
Oh, all the hands and more. The tank becomes the DPS, and you clear out Royalty like their paper. Deerfield Warriors continually stacking, now at about 66%. Maybe 2 more charges left for Royalty to even attempt to get a cap on that site, or else this round number 1 will go the way of Deerfield, and especially without the ult economy on their side, Royalty are going to have a very much uphill battle in the coming moments.
And so far, I mean, how could you not love what you're seeing from Mesmer? I used to coach a couple of college Overwatch teams, and right now you can just tell that Mesmer, he's staging every fight, setting up on the high ground. The team is following him. You know he's using comms in a very sufficient way. Hideo reflects the Death Blossom right back into Widowmane. It's still, though, a 4 versus 4 evened out fight, but now it's time for Royalty to start to commit some ultimates. They have flipped the point back at 95%, but Deerfield Warriors, they're looking to take it right back in their favor.
Yeah, that was a sneaky claim, not a I took it and I'm gonna hold it claim. That's what I feel like right now. They have lost a few members, and right now Paunch is just having a blast here, trying to pop someone straight into the middle zone, but they're gonna hunt down this unfortunate tank. FNT saying, okay, this was a moment I didn't want to be in. Hideo though claiming another life. Deerfield is chasing Royalty out of the castle and claim it right back. OT is on the count as everyone is battling for that point. They don't want to give it up right now for Royalty. They want to fight there at 22, and if they can get it back, it might be a reverse. Of course, right now, it does not look like the case. To get back on it just in time, and it's going to continue to keep going.
Yeah, I think this one is locked up for Deerfield. It is going to be desperation mode for Royalty at this point. I don't think they have the numbers, but their stall looks pretty good. I mean, you can tell this team is going through some growing pains. It's the opening map. You're playing with a lot of these players for the very first time, and Deerfield, they're on a dive comp, and they clicked very well in map number 1. And even though pops that sound barrier, it doesn't look like Royalty's out of it yet. They're holding onto the ground on the side of the point. Hibbity gets a pick there. Oh, as does the Hog. Look at this team going crazy as the overtime whip continues to burn. Royalty still has 4 players on the objective.
Oh, if any of them actually drop off, it will be gone. It'll be split-second OT over at that point, but they're doing work, you know what? And they get it! Oh, they get it! Oh, they get the cap, and we are on the reverse sweep field. Deerfield are continually picking up kills, but it's outside the zone.
Yeah, and they're having a tough time getting their tiptoes back on the objective here. Finally, their tank player is back, but one by one, they start to go down. Still though, Orb, if I'm a college coach looking at this Royalty team, I'm looking at them in a way where they had no quit in this round. They made Deerfield have to work so much harder for this objective than they thought they would when they were sitting at 95% with the retake.
And I mean, at the end of it, Deerfield do take round number 1, and I love the points that you were pointing out, right? Royalty, even though they were down for quite a bit, they're still fighting hard, and that's very impressive. Deerfield also exemplifying some of those factors, the quick teamwork, we know what our composition is really built for, and executing on that win condition. For Royalty, another thing that we get to talk about now is their growth over the course of the entire series, right? I think that's another fun thing that for coaches is very important to watch for, is how do you adapt? How quickly can you adapt to certain scenarios, and how well can you gel together to create a winning competition or competition team? So taking a look here, we do go ahead and take a look, some changes here. Widowmane going with a very different carry here, if you do want to take a look at that one.
Yeah, I mean, throwing out the Torb probably to just counter what Hideo was able to do in that last round, just trying to minimize the Genji's impact on this game, but showing some flexibility. Torb can be strong to lock it down. Also, we got the Ramatra from FNT, so composition changes. We'll see how they do on this one, Orb.
Yes, they're gonna try, but Hippity says, hey, hippity hoppity, I'm coming for that boppity. Gonna take one. Maddie's gonna fall on the back end though, so very, very quick changes in Hideo and Mesmer. Just say, listen, you might have gotten one, but we have enough to stall out at the beginning, but Royalty are the ones to cap. First, it's immediate fight back by Deerfield. And again, you're on this round. It's a little bit more difficult on the back end to stay alive. If not, you get bopped off just like that. Welcome to Slaughter City as Deerfield take it right back.
Nice little opening take there from Royalty, though, and I still can't really get over that initial headshot with the railgun from Hippity. That was disgusting. I'm pretty sure Hippity was 100% aiming at Mesmer, and then we saw Mookie just kind of swift step in to Mesmer to get that high ground as well, and just unfortunately was lined up perfectly with Hippity's railgun, but it looked nasty.
Oh yes, it was disgusting, and right now we can see on the underside, the entirety of Royalty are just like, guys, what do we do? What do we do? We're hiding. Okay, now we fight. Now we're gonna break it out. We're gonna try and push everyone off of our house. Even though it's not exactly on the point, FNT is able to take one though, so that's gonna be real nice. Paunch is taken out, so no boost, no sound to work with. And they're gonna be working on just the sound of death. Hideo and Reckless slaughter a few in their way though, taking it right to Royalty. Because again, the cap from Royalty, it's going back and forth this round. But keep it close, 34-25 and counting. FNT takes another and then almost a boom off. Oh, Maddie forced away and slowly falling. No, gets right back, able to stay alive for the time being, and is now going to get a slight revive. Oh, going to try and continue running interference here. Takes out the pistol. Battle Mercy online. Switches to healing, and they're just staying alive. They are being an absolute nuisance all the way through.
This play from Maddie is insane. She got booped off the resurrect there too. That would have made it for me, but Maddie with the movement draws Hideo off the map. Basically an elimination from a Mercy player right there as Reckless begins to go crazy. Maddie just held that point for Royalty for like 25 seconds at least, and they're not done yet. FNT comes in with the Ramatra to just zone out the objective, and Royalty is doing such a good job with such minimal resources to hold on to this objective for as long as possible, but inevitably, Deerfield finally get the flip.
I feel that says a lot about what Royalty are doing, though, right? The scrappiness to get in there and know what to do in that split second, just causing an interference, right? Right now, we could be looking at a 60 to 68 if Deerfield had been able to clear out the NPCs, I should say, just hiding out in the corners and all. So well done by Royalty to give them keep themselves in that lead, and now it's a chance to fight back. Right now, 64 and counting. Deerfield taking the fight once again as Mesmer washes out the opponents, grabs 3. Front lines down, DPS down, healers are down. Widowmain and FNT are going to lose their lives as well. And Deerfield watching as Mesmer is on a 15-player kill streak.
And what I noticed that last fight from Mesmer, a lot of these previous fights, Deerfield was staging and fighting just outside of the corridor on that high ground. They were fighting, trying to draw Royalty outdoors. But that last fight, Mesmer knew that Hideo had the blade, and Punch hit a speed boost. Mookie hit that Suzu, and Mesmer just went indoors and just took the fight straight to Royalty. Adapted their playstyle, and came up with a big triple kill, and of course is riding a gigantic kill streak. Quick flip though coming in, uncontested from Deerfield.
That was a little bit uncharacteristic. Deerfield hiding up in the top corner, and Royalty are like, hey, we see the opportunity, we're going to go for it. But now a re-attack. Deerfield saying, okay, now we got your back. We're going to try and fight it away, trying to take out at least Maddie, who has been a pain. But Kagune is going to get taken quite low, hidden off into the corner. Hippity going to try their best to fight. Takes out Hideo, which has been an absolute DPS pain to deal with. That's going to be DPS for DPS. Who else is going to come out on top? Hippity trying to do some work. Not going to get too much else. Take it down, but Maddie gets a kill out of nowhere. The Battle Mercy says, give us a moment, and would you know it, it secured Royalty with the quick flip in denial. Finish off Deerfield in round 2.
I love how Royalty just locked that down after the quick flip. Deerfield was up on a high ground. It seemed like they were trying to stage a dive and pick a target on Royalty on which to go on to, but it took a little bit too long doing it. They used their sound barrier to get there, and then once that sound barrier expired, they still didn't have a kill to their name. I think in large part that was because Hippity peeled so well for Kigyun in that mega health pack room that we got the chance to spectate, and then Maddie got a res and then a kill with the Glock. So we have Hippity peeling as a DPS, and then Maddie doing DPS as a Mercy of all heroes. Pretty insane play from Royalty to close out that round.
I did say I want to see improvement. You know, that's the main thing. You know, can you improve? Can you adapt? They adapted. We'll give them that one.
For sure.
Royalty gave us an amazing level up between rounds 1 and 2. And now let's see if Deerfield can do it, right? Still running the exact same composition. No changes on their end, saying we're going to stick to our tried and true. And the pride that they have, maybe it works to their advantage this time around. Out comes the Roadhog, though, and also a little bit of a Reaper play. But Mesmer, once again, just going on the offensive, saying, hey, I'm going to delete Hippity, who is your main DPS at this point on Royalty's side. Deerfield, once again, showing off their early game presence.
Yeah, Deerfield, it seems like they are just a one-edged sword, but that edge is so sharp. Mesmer has just shown such prowess on Winston, especially communicating and making plays with Hideo as well. Those two are in sync, which I don't know if they've played the game together before, but to be as in sync as they are, to just ride out this Winston Genji composition and make plays like this, that is a great sign. But we haven't seen Deerfield adapt their playstyle too much. Royalty, they've gone to a couple different compositions. The one they're on right now, not quite working as well as their comp last round, but we know that FNT, they could easily go back onto the Ramatra or just get a couple of kills on the Roadhog and just make me shut my mouth, because FNT has showed up to this fight in a big moment.
Oh, that is the best. Caster says what?
I loved it.
Fantastic. Very nice job. And this is actually where we see an issue come out of Deerfield, right? They're a team that actually likes to chase kills quite a bit, but because they chase, they put themselves in slightly inopportune situations. And because of that, Royalty have been able to capitalize quite well. We saw how quickly Royalty have now gotten on the point. Once they got those 2 kills, Deerfield were not ready with that defensive side, but they are very good on the aggressive. You can see them. They are floating. They are fighting very quickly, whether it be on or off site, and that's how they're going to try and fight back. But right now, it is Royalty doing some work here. Reckless on the back end, though, going to try and get some snipes down. Doesn't really get too much damage. Maddie does get the revive off on Widowmain, and Kagune is now respawning, going to try and get back in the fight. Mesmer takes out Hippity, and on the back end, Reckless gets a great shot. Deerfield Warriors clear out everyone and go ahead and take point back.
That was a really good fight from both sides, too. Maddie went for that resurrect. While that res was happening, Kegyun died. Deerfield did a great job capitalizing on that kill onto Royalty's other support. But then we saw Maddie stall the point for a little bit, and Hippity was set up on that high ground on the catwalk where Reckless eventually ended up ulting from at the end of that fight. Mesmer dove onto Hippity, knew that that space was so valuable, propped Reckless up there, and then Reckless could make the play from there. Now it's just support ultimates going crazy. Colors are flying like wild orb. This is just an Overwatch 2 fight. There's not much to explain here.
No, there isn't. Just everyone slap each other as quickly as possible. See who gets the kills. Surprisingly, no one does. Everyone survives to that entire ordeal. And what we're seeing now is Hideo, again, right on the front lines. Hideo has actually been kind of our star watching all the way through, just kind of watching as they try and get some of these amazing kills. And it's been an absolute pain in everyone's backside. It's why we've seen Hideo consistently be targeted, which is now opening up opportunities for Deerfield. Deerfield are now going to try and charge in, pinch down Royalty, continue to run up the clock as much as possible. Mesmer off to the flank, looking for an opportunity to chase in. Doesn't have ulti, but again, it leaves the middle completely wide open. Royalty are going to get straight on point. It's finally now contested, and Hippity is going to try and fight back. Hippity in everyone's face, shooting everyone off site, but they get it. Royalty again flip and are now at 40%, 98 for Deerfield.
Deerfield did a great job trying to stall out that objective as long as they could, and they didn't commit their ultimates. That's something you could see a lot in a lower ranked game or maybe on the ranked ladder, is teams trying to defend those last couple percentages of the objective by committing 2-3 ultimates and wasting their resources in a lost fight. Now, Deerfield, probably someone on the team called out do not ult. They can go back into this next fight, and they just need 2 more percent to close out Ilios. They have 3 ults, almost 4 to work with, as Mookie is 80% to being online. Massive ult economy in the favor of Deerfield. I'm sure it's because of some shot calling on there to reserve those resources.
Ooh, and the resources might be coming in heavy, just as you said, ult charge. An immediate flat in. Hideo gets a beautiful kill. Reckless to follow up, and a third to follow. Royalty Overwatch completely locked out as the monkey on monkey fight goes the way of Mesmer. And it is called, and it is over. Deerfield Warriors, they are saying they fight hard. A little inkling, a little bit of a rat hiding out and causing that OT to continue to spawn. So maybe Royalty can do it again. They did it once, they did it twice. For maybe a third time here. It is, what is this? It's consistently Royalty just like, we're going to be a pain in your backside no matter what.
Yeah, Royalty just always has a 20-second longer life than we think they're going to. Royalty's got no quit in them, but Deerfield take Ilios. It was a great showcase map. I think for a lot of players on all of these teams, I really don't think there's anyone that didn't have some big moment within those 3 rounds. This guy was my biggest star for sure. Mesmer was making plays. This Primal Rage, this was gigantic, but his peel too. He sits back in the fight, looks at where his teammates are, and tries to read what Royalty is doing, and then jumps in with a bubble to peel for his team, not just making these pop-off plays. Mesmer was my star there, but there was way more than just one star in that game.
I mean, we have to take a look on the other side, right? Maddie, this is how you become just a star in one single shot. The absolute stoppage. When your entire team is off the line, and granted, you had to have a teammate to even pull it off, but it worked to perfection, right? And this is what I think recruiters are kind of looking for. Those standout moments, yes, have the basic sound, have that kind of rock solid foundation, but the ability to also step up and make a play where no one else thinks so is something that I feel cannot be overemphasized enough.
Yeah, Maddie might have won Royalty that second round by getting that resurrect onto her DPS and then finding a kill, and then also drawing out the point for 25 seconds when she drew Hideo off the map. Maddie was making some big damage kind of plays from Mercy. Some were with the Glock, some were just drawing Hideo off the map, but Maddie knows what she's doing on the Angelic Angel in Overwatch too. It is fun to watch her play. So far, these two teams look very even, which I love to see. You don't love seeing lopsided games in a recruiting event, but in a game like this, Orb, where we get to see players on both teams shine so much, it's a lot of fun to watch. And I'm sure recruiters are getting a ton out of it.
Of course, and especially with Control being so fast-paced, so back and forth all the time, because you're consistently on attack and defense, where we didn't see Deerfield actually change up the composition. We are now going to hybrid, a situation that actually forces changes in your composition, right? If you're going with that point first, which we know Deerfield will play for, after that it's a payload, right? Like, how are you going to adapt to that? And I do want to get your thoughts here because, again, Deerfield didn't really swap up their playstyle as much as we really would like. Are we going to see a large shift, or do you feel like they are going to try and force that we're going to stick with the same composition?
Well, I believe the way it works here for this event is the losing team gets to pick the map, and then the winning team of the last map gets to pick attack or defense. So if I'm Royalty, I'm trying to pick a map that Winston Genji isn't going to have as great of success on. That could be King's Row. I think Winston Genji works great on first point there, but runs into a ton of troubles on second point. So maybe that's what Royalty go for, but just trying to pick a map that gives them the best win condition for their own strengths, and then kind of minimizes the strengths of Deerfield. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting to see King's Row. It might not be the battleground, but I think if you're Royalty Overwatch, that's how you have to pick the next map. Is they only ran Winston Genji. What are a few maps that composition can't work quite as well on?
Just trying to figure that out as much as possible. Break up that style, that signature battery is what I like to call it a lot of the time. It's just that rock solid, hey, we know this works. If we do go to King's Row, though, if we do go to... Oh, did we get it?
We're going to Midtown, yeah. Which is...
Okay.
Oh, no, let's be honest.
That's fair. But, son, I mean, there's also the opportunity for Deerfield to just be like, we don't even care, right? That is another source of just like, we don't really care all the way through. We're going to keep doing what we do because it did work to such great extent. So wait and see if Mesmer and Reckless will do, or Mesmer and Hideo will do the exact same thing, or if we are going to see a change up. Keep eyes on Hideo. I think that's a big one. Of course, you were pointing out, that that Genji was just an absolute pain. They're sticking with it. They're going to go, yeah, this is perfect for us. Let's go ahead and run it. Exact same composition. This is it.
And we see Royalty going with what a lot of people think is the meta right now, the Orisa composition with a Sojourn and a Kiriko. Super survivable composition, but Mesmer and Hideo are going to try and piece it apart. A lot of players right now think that Orisa is unkillable. Well, Mesmer and Hideo don't have to go for Orisa. They can go for Maggie or Kegyun, one of the squishier targets. But what I'm most impressed by is Mesmer and Hideo seeing this map, knowing that it doesn't work as well as the points on Ilios do for Winston Genji, but they're going to force it anyway. They're playing their game of Overwatch. They're playing their strengths. They know this is a showcase, and they want to show off what they've got.
Of course, and that leads it to another thing, which is the big thought of, do you go for that just pure one skill kind of a player, or are you willing to kind of be adaptable to the entire team? And I think that brings about a whole different slew of questions for recruiters, right? Do you want this star that knows this hero like the back of their hand, or are you more focused on the build-up? Are you focused on trying to be able to teach someone the skills necessary to become that better player? That's what I'm very, very interested at. So we'll see if it works, though. Deerfield, of course, breaking out here and saying, hey, we're going to have a little bit of fun time. These early scraps are going neither way, but Mookie is immediately annihilated here at the very start of this fight. Hippity on this Junkrat, of all things, lays in with a satchel is what was tossed. Very nicely done. Hippity grabs a second here, and the Junkrat is suddenly the star of our show.
Yeah, without a doubt. Royalty, they played this first point to perfection, too. They chose this map. They knew that Winston Genji wasn't as strong on it, and they knew where to fight on this map to make their composition the most effective. FNT rallied this team into that natural cover, into that room, made it so that Mesmer and Hideo couldn't just dive them in open space. And then in that room, Hippity was able to pop off. That's where Junkrat shines the most. So this team is fighting in the places of the map where this composition is the strongest, and where Deerfield's composition is the weakest. So I love the little adaptation from Royalty, not afraid to just design the fights to their favor.
Of course, and it's showing here, right? Adapting to the situation, adapting towards that map, and Deerfield are not doing the same. They're still working with that same defensive composition that they brought out, the same exact composition that they want to work with. They're going to try and get those ultimates online as quickly as possible. Mookie is sitting on 81%, 71 or 2 on Hideo, who now just falls. Reckless on 76. And this is looking a little bit dangerous. FNT again with this Orisa is saying, hey, give us an opportunity. We will take the absolute storm. They have not stopped pushing since the payload came out of its hiding place. It has not stopped at all. It's just continually being pushed forward.
Yeah, Royalty's got their foot on the gas. They knew that they slipped up a little bit on Ilios, but they did win round 2 on that map. They know they can take it to Deerfield. They've just got to play their game against Deerfield, who is very headstrong in their game right now. The Kitsune Rush comes out from Mookie. Royalty has a couple of resources they could use of their own. They might not even need it. Maddie does pop the Kitsune. That finds 1 kill, but it's still an even fight here. 4 versus 4 as Hideo and Kigyun go down. And now we get the Riptire. Going on a little bit of a road trip here for Hippity. Finds Reckless, and that could be Royalty need to continue this slugfest.
Yeah, it's not even a continuation. It's just like, we want to go faster, right? Like, it's not like they fully stopped or anything. They are not stopping at all. Finally, one of the members of Deerfield are able to get on that payload, able to slow it down. But FNT is just on the hunt. Mookie is taken out once again. I think that's the fastest I've seen alive to death in that situation. So Deerfield not having a great time. That point is about to be captured with about 3.5 minutes left on the clock. If I'm reading that right, I might be reading wrong. That might actually be 4. A little bit crazy there, but finally Deerfield are able to find it. I keep saying finally because it feels like it's finally. Deerfield are able to find a fight for themselves and slow this constant aggression.
Yeah, that was a very drawn-out fight. That is what the Deerfield comp could do a little bit better than Royalty. I know that everyone thinks that Orisa can just kind of lock it down and live forever, but Deerfield, every hero on this roster can get in and out of a fight, and that can drag on a fight and stall the objective with the last couple meters to go for what seems like an eternity, and that's what Deerfield did in that last fight very well. I love how Reckless is playing the range of Sojourn as well, playing very far back, trying to charge up that railgun and find those easy picks. Hippity, though, sends in some nades, gets Mookie, and says, we've got the advantage now.
And Mesmer, I believe, actually missed that jump up, was trying to draw the Junkrat out, but Junkrat actually decides to hop down in the middle of the fray and get in everyone's face. So let's go ahead and have a blast, and it leads to Royalty claiming the throne right back. They are 2 steps away from checkpoint 1. And my gosh, that's all they're going to be happy about. In goes the clip. Hideo forced away from the fight and watches as their teammates die. They are taken out as well. The entirety of Deerfield sent packing back to the final checkpoint.
That was a massive fight for Widowmane on the side of Royalty, who we haven't mentioned much. They had a pretty quiet Ilios round, but right there, without the overclock, they were popping off, charging the railgun on the enemy and just lacing heads left and right. You know, that first map on Ilios, there could be some nerves that you got to get over, especially as a precision DPS like Sojourn, but now it seems like Widowmane is in full final form. Nice kunai from Maddie to open up this one.
Just a beautiful opening, saying let's give it a shot. But Reckless able to fight back last time. Remember how quickly they were dying before. Reckless gets 2, looking for 1 more at least. Drop that back line. Maddie on the back, trying to keep their tank alive, and they do. But the damage has been done. Mesmer now allowed to get to Maddie, and Reckless follows up on Kagune. Royalty falling like flies here, halfway to the last point.
Yeah, plenty of time to work with, too. They've got some resources coming up online. They could dry fight this next time, take an economy fight, and try and build up their ult a little bit more. Deerfield, they have a ton to work with. I think having the Primal Rage, the Dragon Blade, the Kitsune Rush for Deerfield, those are their 3 big ultimates. Those have been some of their playmakers. Reckless doesn't need an ultimate to pop off, so I think Deerfield win this next fight easily. But if Royalty find a way to win somehow, some way, so impressive. I'm excited for this next fight to see if Royalty can pull it off. It's not in their favor.
I mean, you lost Hippity, who has been an absolute pivotal role, really ensuring that that high ground is completely covered. So we lose them early, but this is what happens. B-Drop goes down and opens up the opportunity. Deerfield are not allowed to get close, and if they do, they die. But guess who comes in clutch? Hideo able to take 2 members out with that ulti, with that dragon, coming in like a painful train, and Royalty try and fight back. The monkey running amok here. Deerfield trying to swing hard and swing out, and is able to clear out that payload. So for all the fight that went down, Royalty cannot push at all.
No, and that was kind of what I saw coming up there. They did use a ton of ultimates. Now they've got the overclock coming online for Widowmane, who seems to be a little more finely tuned than they were on Ilios. Ooh. FNT has the Terra Surge, but Hideo comes in with a little bit of help from the Kitsune Rush from Mookie, and already Deerfield are just guns a-blazing. They dive in deep, they take out the tank, and they're hunting for squishies. They know there's blood in the water, but they're playing pretty reserved here, Orb. I like how they don't push out into that second point courtyard where we could see them run into some trouble where Royalty gets some spawn advantages.
That would be a painful one to have to deal with, right? Consistently giving up that opportunity. And remember how fast Royalty were pushing earlier, right? Now they are down to about a minute left. So this last one feels like that last-ditch effort. And to do so, they got to be on their toes. Royalty, not all the corners, ensuring that they have an opportunity, but up on the air, up in the sky, they're going to try and keep themselves alive. In goes the fight. Kagune consistently bouncing off walls, just trying to spam away, trying to get any sort of damage down. In goes the beat drop on the other side. Deerfield keep themselves very, very shielded up. And it is going to be that stun. Hideo finds Hippity, and down goes one DPS. It seems like Deerfield have found their opportunity. In goes Mesmer to drop that shield and continuously, completely shut down that opening. And they do it. Mookie finds Widowmain in just a few more. Time taken away, 15 seconds left. Deerfield lost the early initiative, but now seem to have found their footing. Mesmer with a 10-player kill streak, coming down to the final moments to keep themselves alive and take round one in a very sticky situation. Their defense is complete.
Yeah, what a job there by the Deerfield defense, hanging on, especially in that last fight. Royalty didn't use an ultimate for 2 fights leading up to that, except for, I think, just 1 sound barrier. So they had 4 ultimates on their side. That was their fight to win, but Deerfield took the fight super early, and they were able to pick off Widowmain just as Widowmain was starting to use their ultimate. From there, Deerfield just knew they had to take the fight then and there, and they did. They didn't have the resources to win it, but they got that opening pick. They knew what their win condition was, and they went for it. Deerfield kind of got battered and bruised on point 1 and 2. It was a speed run from Royalty, but Deerfield ended up putting an end to that, and they never had to change their comp. They made it work.
They forced it to work. There is something to be said about headstrong players, right? To be able to make a composition work, albeit not easily, right? They did lose a lot of ground very early on, and it was more just they found their sweet spot. So they're sticking with it. So they're saying we're not giving this up. We are going to continuously fight in this way. Do I agree with it?
Dude,
I would
Overwatch is such a weird puzzle where you could have the mentality where you have to change heroes and you're like, this piece does not fit. We got to find the right piece. And then there's Mesmer and Hideo who are like, I'm going to make this piece fit. Well, I got this. I've seen this before.
Whether the frame actually works or not, it doesn't matter. Like, these pieces will fit in this puzzle one way or another. So, gotta agree. It's one of those moments that are just like,
puzzle.
Yeah. Well, at this point, they're going to have a great time here. They are chasing all the way around and finally meeting Royalty on the back ends and cut off in this corridor. I'm not sure if this is where they exactly want to be, but Mesmer says, yeah, this is where I want to be. Monkey meets Monkey as FNT has actually swapped to that Winston as well. Hippity finds Reckless in an early Reaper battle. You can see here and immediately out after getting that kill. So very nice pick right away.
And Hippity over to the Reaper says a lot to me. This is one of the heroes in Overwatch 2 that colleges and a lot of just organized esports teams, they rely on a good Reaper player. It's close corridors, it's uncomfortable, and you have to be shot calling a ton. Hippity's been on Sojourn for a lot of this game, been on Junkrat a little bit. To see them on Reaper, that's a very, very team play heavy DPS hero. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do on Reaper.
So far, it's been good. It stalled out that first initial push that Deerfield were trying to lay down. So you would call that a win. Now for the second charge, ultimate's about halfway completed. Deerfield wondering if they are going to get that opportunity to actually shield up, but the bubbles constantly being in their faces, causing some problems. Hippity chasing up to the top side, but guess who helps? FNT says, I'm going to do a little bit of a Mesmer special, takes 2 kills for their own, survives, and Hippity follows up behind. That is 2 pushes that Deerfield have been denied.
Yeah, right now it looks like Royalty is doing their best Deerfield impression, and they're doing it a little bit better. I'm stoked to see that FNT can just slap on the Winston and go to town like they've been doing. It's a lot of fun to watch. They're targeting squishies. The team is coming in with them, so you can tell that they are shot calling in this game. It's not just like a quiet tank player that you dread to have. It seems like both of these tank players are leaders.
I like it. I really, really like that, right? And that is something that I think, especially with the change from 6 to 5, you lose out on that secondary tank, right? You lose out on the extra meat shield to kind of work through, so that tank has a much larger job now. And to have someone that can shot call and be that front line and be able to do everything is one that I would personally want to look for. I am personally a DPS player. I suck at anything else. Give me a good tank that ensures that I won't die if I make a stupid mistake. I'll be happy, right? That's all I want to look for. Royalty, for the first time, do feel like they're falling a little bit, but they only lost a few members. Deerfield are still trying to fight for even that first third of this control point. This is ridiculous, and we know how Royalty love to fight. We know how tricky Royalty can be in being an absolute pain in your backside.
Yeah, they really don't give up, and anytime it seems like Maddie has Valkyrie to work with, her movement on Mercy is superb. She can stall an objective with the best of them, and we've finally just seen the very first tick taken for Deerfield, and this fight has gone on for 55 seconds, folks. And just now they got that first tick, just now they got 50%. Royalty are holding on with just such an iron grip right now. It is so fun to watch. They haven't given it up yet, but it does seem inevitable that Deerfield is going to be rewarded with this point.
I mean, they are. They finally are. And keep in mind, we were at about 4.5 minutes for Royalty last time. They got it so quickly. And Deerfield are sitting on only 3 minutes left to play. They have to be consistent with the next few fights and the next few rounds. And this means Mesmer being the absolute decimating tank. We've seen it last time. We've seen it over and over again. And they're going to try and give it their best. Mesmer hiding off in the corner, to go with the rest of the team, just waiting for that payload to move, getting some shots down, but guess who's in your face? It's tank on tank action, and unfortunately, it's FNT that has to give ground. Mesmer wipes a little bit of sweat from their forehead, continues to move forward. Reckless hiding off in the corner as well, waiting for an opportunity. Finds Hippity. Beautiful right click to steal away that kill. Maddie says, get back in that fight. Your time is not done. Mesmer now chasing in front as well, and is going to lay down 1 or 2 more punches. There it is. Hideo and Mesmer take out Kaguni and Hippity and go for just a few more. That Primal Rage juggle
Oh my
is
God.
going to knock out
God.
another. What a brutal showing.
Of course, there's a Mercy pocket on them the whole time and they don't die, but Mesmer is insane at Winston. You can tell that there's a reason they haven't swapped off this hero, right? They want to show off their mechanics. This is just an insane show this dude is putting on. I know right now that Deerfield is down in this game. It's nowhere near over yet, but Mesmer is such a showstopper on Winston.
A ridiculous one. A beast, if you will, and rightly so. We were saying Deerfield were going to have a little bit of a trickle down. They need to play this early start to the payload perfectly, and they have, right? 4.63 meters away from that point and away from capturing it, and they get the beat drop again. Look at the slaughter. Hideo allowed to just open up and slaughter. You take to let the rest of the team clean up the rest, and you gave yourself an opportunity. Mesmer chasing away that Reaper. You take it out. You're not even worried, and they collect their hard-earned winnings. Yes, down goes FNT, and would you know it, collection is done. Checkpoint taken care of. Maybe. Did I call it too soon? I'm pretty sure I called it too soon.
This is Royalty. This is Royalty. They've got no quit in them. I don't know how they scrapped that one together. This team has been so scrappy ever since we started on Ilios, but I don't know, or I honestly have no idea how they got out of spawn in time and stalled that one out with just 1.4 meters. That was wild. It looked like Deerfield had that point, but Royalty, I mean, they just never say quit, and they never had to use Maddie's Valk either. They've still got maybe their best resource for this upcoming fight.
And considering, look on Royalty's side, or on Deerfield's side, they only have one ulti. The rest of it's going to be a huge pain to deal with. But that changes if Kaguni falls early. Hippity fell to Hideo. Reckless came around the corner as well. 30 seconds left, but guess what? Royalty are going to take another 10 to 15 seconds off. This is going to be close, but they've done it this time. Deerfield slaughter 2 more and continue to punch through. Maddie is the last hope, but they don't get it, and they take it over. Another minute 30 added to the clock.
Just a minute 30 to get 60 meters. Super doable here for Deerfield. It's not going to be easy, though. Royalty hasn't made anything easy on this Midtown map, but Orb, I'm really loving how Royalty's playing. Right now, they've got their backs against the wall. They could be going down 0-2 right here, but they've really shown that their no-quit mentality is maybe their absolute strongest thing in this game. It looks like Deerfield may be the better mechanical team, but Royalty is playing a level of competitive Overwatch that you just love to see.
And to make those snap decisions is so important as well. They have found Reckless. Reckless sent back to the spawn. Royalty gonna try and push up a little bit, but guess who bumps him off? Mesmer. We quickly swap over as the high ground is being fought over. Hideo consistently being found out on the back end, but now chasing on their own. Up the elevator you go, and you don't get any kills. Yes, you do. You've got Kagune. Now you're chasing for one more, and you slaughter. Widowman is down, and Deerfield might have had Hideo make the play of this checkpoint round. You take out that top line. You take out that annoying duo, and now you get another little push. Royalty doing what they do best, stalling out to the best of their abilities. They have consistently been put on the back end, but Hideo again finds the tank. Hideo of all times paired up with Mesmer have been absolute rambunctious beasts right now as they push 4.8 meters left. And Royalty are cutting it close. Reckless finds Hippity. Hideo finds Widowmane. And 1.69 meters to go means Mesmer takes out Maddie. Ladies and gentlemen, we are watching Game and Series 1 go the way of Deerfield Warriors.
Well, a 2-1 score on Ilios, a 3-2 score on Midtown. This is the kind of showcase match you love to see. It is just so even. Royalty on first point and second point showed massive improvements from Ilios, and back-to-back play of the games for this guy. Just the ultimate final boss force in this game. Mesmer has been making play after play, as has Hideo, as has Widowman, as has FNT. Everyone seems to be popping off. It's just Mesmer at the end gets the play of the game. Orb, what are your takeaways from the game that we just saw in Midtown?
My takeaway is I sucked in high school. This is all I can say here. These players are giving us such a show, and the fact that Deerfield are fighting this hard may be attributed to the fact that these are all seniors, right? These are players that are specifically looking for those large-scale opportunities. This is their moment to shine. Not to say that Royalty are not doing the same. I believe we have FNT, Hippity, and Widowmane that are all currently also looking for those opportunities in the field. But to have a team of all seniors, they kind of know this is their one kind of shining chance, right? They don't have the opportunity that the juniors or sophomores here at this premier Overwatch recruitment phase get later on.
Yeah, I think being a senior has a big part to play in this. You can tell that the seniors are giving it their all. I mean, the juniors and sophomores, they've got another few years before they get recruited. I mean, you could get recruited as a sophomore or as a junior, but those seniors are trying to find their home for next year. And applications, admissions, those are all happening right now. So they're in the heat of all of that. So there could be a lot of pressure on those players today. So to see them pop off and make plays like they are and staying as composed as they are, it's awesome. I mean, this is what this recruitment event is all about. Just kind of dealing with the pressure of having a ton of important eyes on you and then still popping off.
Of course, and now I got to ask you, Ult Charge, this is my main question. We saw quite literally two polar opposite mental states, right? We saw we're not going to change our playstyle up for anything versus we are going to adapt and try and get to everything. Yes, Deerfield may have won, but Ult Charge, which do you think is the mentality that came out and shown the brightest here? Which one here? Come on, give it to us.
I do love the mentality of Royalty. I think, this is a team that's assembled of random players who aren't familiar with each other very much, right? So I think that they picked Midtown in the first place, and they picked a composition that did very well for them on their attack. They're playing Overwatch the right way. It just seems like Deerfield, they have the best Winston in the lobby, and he's going to be the best Winston in the lobby this entire game. They have the best Genji in the lobby. He's going to be the best Genji in this lobby the entire game. But Royalty know that they might be down mechanically against those two players, and they're not giving up. They're trying to design the match to their strengths despite just meeting, and they're trying to give it their all. I think they're playing the game the proper way. Right now, it just seems like Deerfield have some unstoppable forces on their team, and I feel bad that Royalty has to be on the blunt end of that.
Of course, and that blunt end hurt a lot, but again, it's about showcasing what you got at the end of the day. So both these teams, congratulations to their awesome fight. In our opening series, we have more games to come later, so please do not go anywhere and stay tuned in to stay plugged in, as we'll be back in just a few.
Welcome back to Carry2College Winter 2023. We started off with a great Overwatch 2 match to kick things off. I mean, to see that level of competition, like the two casters said, like Old said, like Orbital said, it's just great to see those type of recruitment matches when the games are so close, so you can judge, obviously, their gameplay. You can judge how they react in those certain situations that have just a lot of pressure on these kids.
Definitely, yeah. Relating to the casters when they're competing at that level at that age, no shot. There's some top tier talent here, and it's incredible to watch.
Well, we have a lot of different content coming at you as well. Some that will, talk about a little bit how you approach colleges, talk to colleges whenever you do hit that college fair. So we actually had Sheridan sit down with some of them during the first segment of that college fair within the Discord and got to talk to some of the colleges. Check this video out.
Hey everyone, my name is Matt Pluginoff. I am the Overwatch head coach and esports program coordinator for Illinois Wesleyan University. We have a very player-first program here, and we really want everyone to get a personalized experience and a productive one out of esports. So whether that's student work, whether that's improving in a game, and putting in the time and effort to work in a team, we really want our students to have a good experience in that respect.
And how has the college fair gone for your program so far?
So far, the college fair has been really great. So right off the bat, as soon as it started, I saw a few people trickle into other channels, and then I saw one or two people join, and then one or two people just kept joining and joining, and we had at least probably 30 people in here, which was really great to see interest in the university and in our program. And I was answering a lot of questions about majors, about kind of scholarships and what kind of facility we have and stuff like that. And yeah, it was really great just to see the interest and to talk about the program and talk about kind of why we want to do this, and to see that there is people behind the things that we want to put our effort into is really great to see. So
yeah, absolutely. And what advice would you give to students who might be nervous to attend the college fair portion of the event?
yeah, so what I would say for students is life is all about opportunities. And if you just take a few minutes to look at what kind of opportunities you have, you'll get so much more out of it. You'll miss, a lot of people will miss so many opportunities by just not showing up, not doing something. And sometimes showing up is just half the battle. And looking into a few things could really change how your entire collegiate experience goes. So take some time, even if it's just 5 minutes, to pop in a few chats and ask one or two questions. Like, that's going to make a huge difference, because college is a big part of your life, and it's good to make an important and informed decision. So just taking a little bit of time to look into that will do a lot better than none at all. So
Yeah, absolutely. And what traits are important? Like, what traits do you look for in a recruit?
yeah, that's a great question. So one of the biggest things, at least as a coach, I'm looking for is that, first of all, they have to be coachable. Now, what's coachable? They have to be able to kind of understand and kind of take a step back from what they're doing in the game and look at, okay, what do I bring to the table? What am I doing well? What am I doing that could be improved? And just being able to open up to critique and change and criticism, and be able to take all that and grow from it all. There are sometimes players who will dig in their heels and not really be open to some sort of improvement. And those are a little bit harder to work with. But when players are kind of able to accept where they're at, then we're able to help them a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. That's super important. And last question, where can people go to find out more about your program?
Yeah, so you can find us on socials at IWU Esports, IWU Esports. And we have our website at IllinoisWesleyanUniversity.com. And come on by, and happy to answer more questions as well on Twitter, Discord, whatever.
the individuals that work within the esports space and have for a very long time always have such great insight. Olin, what struck you the most about this video?
I think just the brutal honesty. He's telling people not to jump at the opportunity that we may give you. Like, take some time, evaluate your college decision, where you're going to go to school, all the academics that apply to it. Yeah, just the honesty of the coach there, I really liked.
Definitely, because it's one of those situations where you want to know where you're going to go, right? And it's about location. It's about what do you want to study. It's the questions that you need to bring to a college and from your standpoint, show who you are as a student and as an athlete as well. How can you contribute to their program, but also, what things can they contribute to your college experience and exchange? Because it's not going to be just esports when you go to school. You're going to have, your basic studies as well that you have to, kind of fight through like I did in college. But you also have esports classes too in some of these scenarios. So it's all about the two-way street of figuring out what it is that not only that you can provide for the college, but what do they offer for you as well?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. Just making sure that it's going to be the best scenario for you, making sure that all of the check boxes are checked off and you're squared away and you're confident in the decision that you're making. It's going to affect you for, 2 years community college, 4 years, masters even potentially. There's a lot of opportunities out there, and you just want to make sure you're making the right decision for you.
That's great stuff. Again, we thank Sheridan for sitting down with some of these, college directors and coaches who are in the Discord, and we might be able to hear from a few of them, of course, when we talk about after the college fair here that will happen at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So make sure you keep an eye out on the chat. And chat, let us know any questions that you may have on the recruiting piece, right? If I'm a high schooler and I'm looking for college, what kind of things do you struggle with? What are some of the roadblocks that you're dealing with? And we'll try to talk you through them as well eventually when we come back from the break, right? But we want to see your questions too. We're always here to help as well from Stay Plugged In. And I think that's important for students to understand. Also, if you're coming back to school, right? All of these questions are unique to each individual. So we'd love to kind of answer those questions as well for you. We're setting up the next Overwatch 2 match, so when we come back, it'll be me and Olin here in the booth, and then we'll toss it down to our casters for match 2. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Stay Plugged In Network. Welcome back to the Stay Plugged In Network again. I'm your host, Bearlight, joined by Oland. And we have our next Overwatch 2 matchup on the docket here as well. Excited to see the Phantoms face off with the team that we just saw in Deerfield, a high school that's out of Chicago, Illinois, just north of the city, or in fact, it's in the city, just the north side. So Deerfield again from that city, and all seniors in this one. But we're going to toss it over to our casters now. It's Old Charge in Orbital down in the skybox. Guys?
All right, thank you guys. Excited to get match 2 underway and stoked that we get to see Deerfield again because this team was so fun to watch last game. Or, I mean, Mesmer and Hideo were popping off on a Winston and Genji. Do you think they do that for back-to-back games, though, Orb?
I think they. I want to say no, but I'm pretty sure my heart says no, my mind says yes, because they played it exceptionally well. If anything's going to change, it's going to be those supports or the secondary, right? And, you know, you can say whatever you want, you know, Sojourn being so popular nowadays and everything like that, but it really is the Mesmer Hideo composition, right? They just run this battery consistently over and over again. You can tack on a Mercy and you say it's perfect, or even without the Mercy, it still does work. It's nigh impossible to get around this fact that they are very, very strong. So if anything, if Phantoms want a chance, it's going to be somehow breaking this composition. Because honestly, at this point, it's just 100% they're not going to change.
Yeah, we know what they're going to break out. Hideo, though, flirting with the Echo pick to start things off here. We're going to be on Lijiang Tower Gardens first off, and it does seem like Hideo is starting to flex that hero pool just a little bit. Why, though, has been subbed into this game as well on support. So we've got a Mercy pocket, likely for Hideo or Reckless for most of the time here. But let's talk about Phantoms. This is our first look at them. They're going to be running a Lucio Moiro with a Tracer Soldier and a Doomfist. First Doomfist of the day that we've seen. We didn't actually get to see any Doomfist brought out by Royalty to try and challenge Deerfield, but Phantoms have gotten the luxury of scouting Deerfield for one game. Deerfield had the luxury of playing and warming up going into this game. So we'll see who's going to be the better opponent or who's going to be the victor. Is it going to be the scouters or the players who are up to snuff, all warmed up and ready to go?
It's who really was able to stick by and just you know, kick some butt here. And so far it does feel like Deerfield, again, they have done this before, by the way. They have been this squad that consistently opens up very strong, very nice in those gun duels. And they do it once again, right? Taking 2 very quickly, Reckless with a 3rd, and then Hideo and Mesmer to finish off with 4 and 5. And they take a very quick gap. So Deerfield Warriors saying we're right back on our ish.
And on the side of Phantoms, they've got couple of seniors. Terrace is actually a junior. Mundo's a senior on this squad. So, you know, they're looking for a home in just a year or two. If you're Terrace, it's going to be a couple years. But Mundo, they're looking for a home right away. So I'm looking to see what they can get up to on the Cole Cassidy. They're currently the damage dealer for Phantoms. Deerfield, we know that they're a team that's stacked with seniors. They came to play. They're all looking for a home next year, trying to find that program they fit into. So keep your eye on everyone on Deerfield. If you're a recruiter, these players are essentially free agents. They want to find a program that fits them, and they came to play in the first game, Orb, and I would expect the same for this game as well.
Of course, the other thing is also the fact that, you know, these are teammates right now. There is a fair chance that they become enemies in the future, which I think is also very fun, right? You get and that's kind of the camaraderie that comes out in some of these community recruitment events. And so I really am looking forward to see what more they can do. Of course, at this point, Deerfield are playing like a seasoned team that's been playing for years on end, right? Just consistently being in the face and being a powerhouse. And right now, Mookie just getting in the face of Therese, and Mystic also falling to Reckless. So Deerfield defending this point in a solid manner. Phantoms were about 60% of the way to capturing. They just weren't allowed to.
Oh, and look at why, though, making the same kind of plays that Maddie was making just a game ago. Gets the res, as well as a kill with the Glock. Little battle mercy action from the Deerfield support. I'm loving how this Deerfield team, it seems like Royalty gave them a little bit more of a run for their money, but we know that Phantoms map 1, a lot of time it's a warm-up map. You still got to click with your new teammates, and we're kind of seeing them going through those growing pains right now where Deerfield is just ready to rumble in this game.
Of course, and I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. They're riding the high of the first series, right? They just they went through and played a very close game. This time around, they want to show a lot more of their dominance, and I think that's also something that a lot of players should do. They should know when they have an advantage. When you notice either a skill disparity or you notice you have the flow of the match rolling in your direction, you should feel more confident to push forward, to go for the riskier plays, right? You should never have to worry about, oh man, maybe they suddenly start playing a certain way. It should feel very consistent in, oh, I have a better position, so I will continue to press forward. And I think that's what Deerfield did here. 100-0.1.
And we're also seeing Hideo and Mesmer make a couple of switches for the first time. They were locked on the Winston Genji for our first set. Mesmer's going over to the Sigma. First time he hasn't played Winston in a set so far today. And Hideo on the Junkrat. It is Lijiang Tower Control Center, maybe the best Junkrat point in all of Overwatch. So I do like how Hideo is just like, all right, the meta on this map has been the same for 3 years now. Let's play it. Let's show them what I can do.
I like it. You know, finally giving us a change up, finally giving us a moment of experience of showing off what else he can do, whether it be in the solo queue ladders or anything of the other sort. Hideo, though, saying, I'm still opening up with that first kill. Reckless slotted on the other end, though, so Pepsi Man with a Reinhardt of all things, if I saw that correctly. Little bit of a change up here from what we were more expecting, and Mookie said, ain't no worry, ain't no thing. Pepsi Man, you ain't gonna do anything of that sort. So very nicely done. And again, first cap of this game in round 2 goes to Deerfield.
Mookie's playing so good to open up this game. We didn't talk too much about them in the first set, but just opening up things here on Control Center. Had a great anti-nade to find that kill on the Mundo, and then had another great healing nade to keep Mesmer alive when he was being battered and bruised against Pepsi Man. Mesmer, look at the aggression from this guy. Just does not care. Playing at the edge of the map, taking on all challengers. 1, 2, 3, bring them all down. It is the Mesmer show.
It's not even the Mesmer show, it's the Mesmer slaughter, it's the Mesmer everything, right? The show is the slaughter, it's hilarious. And I mean, Mesmer is just showing off why they are the best tank, at least here on the stream, right? Remember, this is only one group that we've seen so far. I believe there are other groups currently running on the other side. You heard it earlier from Bearlight and Olin. There are so many other games currently being played, and I think that's awesome to see that this is just the tip of the iceberg. But Mesmer for sure is sitting here going, give me a spot. I will be the best tank you can ever see. 50% and more climbing up here as Deerfield look unstoppable here on Lijiang.
Yeah, they're taking control. They're limit testing right now is what we like to call it in esports, where they know that Royalty is a very different team than the team that they're up against right now. They started this game out playing pretty passive, not going for too many insane plays like we're seeing where they go through the choke at spawn. Now it seems like Deerfield is like, all right, we can keep our foot on the gas until we're told to take it off. And right now, the Phantoms have not told them to slow down even a little.
Well, they passed like 6 stop signs that all said only go 50, 40, and they're just blazing through it at this point.
True.
80% and more. They've been trying to stop, and they just kind of put like a hands up, high five, slap the sign, and keep going. This team, I'm loving just their forward mentality. They're just being in your face, being a constant menace. Pepsi Man now getting run through on that matrix, can't do too much about it. Does get a slam down, is able to pick up 1, but it's only Hideo, and again on the back end the team is getting slaughtered. So now 99%. Deerfield are on the cusp of taking this map to 0, and Phantoms are no more than ghosts in the night as Deerfield take map number 1.
Yeah, Deerfield is buzzing right now. I mean, we all know what Mesmer and Hideo can do, but I really think that Mookie, who was so quiet in game 1, really came alive that game. When you're up against an opponent that might be a step down from the one you just played, that's when your supports can take more risks. You don't have to play from natural cover the entire time. You can kind of step in and do some damage. But how many times have we seen a Mesmer play of the game? Every single game that Mesmer's played, actually. 3 for 3. This guy is a playmaker. Any recruiter watching just needs to know that Mesmer is going to make a huge difference on your team. If you're looking for a tank, look no further.
This is one of those moments that you're just sitting there like, they're going to steal the show. That's it. And at this point, they have stolen the show. The only question is the last spotlight going to be on them, right? This is Mesmer showing up here. And the fact that it's not on Winston, right? The fact that they hopped off,
True.
They changed up the tank twice, actually, in one game shows an impressive amount of versatility. And it really feels like the team that Deerfield just basically said, hey, look, we're doing great. We're having a great time. Go ahead, show off more what we can do. We don't have to fight as hard. And I don't mean that in any sort of disparaging way. It's just they felt better on this moment. They felt more in control and probably were like, hey, this might fit our composition a bit better now.
Yeah, definitely not disparaging at all. I mean, you did mention in game 1, do you like a player who just kind of stays on the same hero and tries to force the issue and just know that that's their best hero? Or do you like the player who chooses to flex onto heroes that, play a little bit better on any certain map? And right now we just saw Mesmer, reached into the tool belt and grabbed the best tool for the map, and that was Sigma in that previous map. So they've shown their flexibility, looked unbelievable on Sigma. I don't think they had any deaths, and they had 2 gravitic fluxes just on control center. So clearly, they're just a nut on tank. Mesmer can do it all, it seems.
And for Phantom now, taking a look on their side as well, there were a few moments where we could see those glimmers, right? And I feel it was just overshadowed by Deerfield and Deerfield's dominance. We saw them grouping up. We did see the likening of we have the playbook, the execution's not fully there just now. And I actually really like that, because I think that highlights something that, again, we have all level of skill players coming out here. And the most notable thing that I will say from my time, and I know you have done coaching in the past as well, you know about this, is how far can a player improve over the time of the coaching, right? Because you have, what is it, 3 or 4 years of play. You played in high school, and now you have a couple years looking forward in the future. The adaptability, the malleability, and their ability to intake information and be able to apply it to the game, that's also a huge factor in whether a coach actually wants to pick them up for a team or not.
Yeah, and you can learn that level of skill from, let's say, gold to high diamond or low masters in Overwatch way faster than you can learn the skill from like masters to like mid grandmaster, right? That's when it's really hard to teach. It's when you have to practice your aim a ton and just refine those mechanics. But from gold to mid master, even, you just have to hone in your fundamentals. Like when I used to be a college coach, we had a player who was 2300, which is mid gold in Overwatch 1 back in the day, and they improved to literally 3600, which is low to mid masters, just over the course of 1 year. And that's just because their aim got a little bit better, but what they started doing is taking high grounds, using cover, talking to teammates to make plays, just becoming a better team player and a better fundamental player. That can launch you up the ranks. Phantoms right now, they seem like they're in that phase where high school esports, it's not the biggest right now. College esports is huge, but there's not a lot of coaching in high school esports. So maybe these players get a coach and they buy into that system and they become a way better player. It doesn't take long.
Doesn't. And that's also what I'm really interested in. It's one of those fun things that I want to be able to look maybe a year or two in the future. And this is something that I do like to say. It's done in traditional sports as well. I mean, we're talking some of those Zion Williams out there and all those basketball, football, whatever you want to talk about, right? Watching players grow from the high school level into the college and maybe even into the professional scene even later, it's watching that storied step further and further up the ladder. And how quickly did they achieve that? Was it easy? Was it hard? What were the trials that they went through? I want to see Phantoms, any players on the Phantoms, if given a chance, I want to see them perform those amazing step ups. I want to see that growth, that all of a sudden shining star that comes out of nowhere. I think that'd be a great time for them.
Yeah, and I think of this event a lot like when I was back in high school, I was a baseball player. We obviously didn't have esports. Both of us and both of our hosts have been like, yeah, collegiate esports did not exist when it was our time in high school. But
oh yeah.
I used to go to baseball showcases, and you would run into guys who are the equivalent of these Deerfield gamers, who are pitchers that are throwing 93, 94 miles an hour. And then there's the Phantoms, who are throwing, let's say, 78 to 82 miles an hour. This is a long analogy, so stick with me. But those Deerfield players, they're at the top of their skill. They can get a little bit better, but you're not going to add another 15 miles to that 93 mile an hour fastball. But the Phantoms, over the course of a year with proper coaching, they could add that much to their fastball. They can get up to that Deerfield level, where Deerfield, for them to go up another notch, it is going to take some serious refinement. They could be coachable players. They could shine at the next level and bring it up another notch. But Phantoms, just the fact that they're here in this recruiting event tells me that they take it seriously. So they are probably a coachable player who wants to get better and better.
Of course, and we can even see it here, right? They are shaking things up in their own composition here. Very fun time here going into that hybrid once again. Deerfield have been interesting on these, right? The first time we saw them play it, they gave up a lot of ground on their defensive side and only stopped, I believe, right in the middle of that second checkpoint on that payload. So this time around, going to try and be a little bit more on top of things, a little bit more concise, a little bit more clinical after that game number 1.
And we are going to see Deerfield tested a little bit here, because the Phantoms are running a Pharah. Maybe going back to spawn right now to switch off of it, but I think it was going to test the hit scan a little, maybe just scout out the comp, looking to see what Mundo's trying to do. Going back to spawn, does switch over to the Sojourn. Okay, so you're not going to be testing with a Pharah here, but You know, it might be the right move because right now Deerfield, they don't really have a true hit scan. Reckless on the Sojourn, yeah. Mookie on the Ana, sure. But I think if you run a Pharaoh with a Mercy, that gives you a pretty good chance if you're Phantoms.
It does. It does. We'd be interested, of course, if Mesmer is just going to be in your face the entire time. You might not even see the rest of Eichenwald, right? Like, this is going to be... this is the only part of the tour that you get to see. Sorry about that. It's an unfortunate time. Mesmer, though, chasing a little bit of a stray out and about. Hideo sniping away right now. Down goes Therese and Pepsi. Same with Isolation. So 3 shots with the arrow and the bow can be an absolute menace if it hits the right target.
Yeah, Deerfield are just brutalizing the Phantoms. The Phantoms aren't coming out of spawn coordinated either, and Mesmer's just taking advantage of it, saying that I can just stay right up here if it's going to be, you know, 2 players on my team helping me out, and you guys are coming out of spawn one by one. Now we're seeing the Phantoms push out as a team. This is the first time I've really seen them have some team play, so it's a good sign that, you know, they identify that, hey, we've got to make plays together. This Deerfield team is rock solid, and we have to be equally rock solid and play together if we're going to do any damage against them. They find the opening pick here, but Orb, we know that they've got to find a lot more than just that.
Well, they got to find kills, they got to find movement, they got to find a little bit of a sight line to get onto the site, which they do. They finally get to the control point and are able to tag it every so often. Unfortunately, it's being contested all the way through, so Pepsi Man trying their best to be in the front lines, to be that annoyance and cause a little bit of chaos. Hideo and Mookie, though, given free reign to annihilate in the back lines. Pepsi Man is able to find the Zen, eating Zenyatta, and other than that, not much else. Again, the back line's dead, so Deerfield Warriors happily take a stall and stop that initial third of a take.
Pepsi Man just wanted to take the point so bad, had teammates on both sides of this tower, and just didn't know which way to go. It got really confusing really fast. And then Mesmer, once they're back in the fray, well, they've got supports in the backlines that are just pocketing Mesmer, so he can make all the plays that he wants. And once again, he shows up big.
I love it. I love watching Mesmer realize that they can be aggressive. And again, I will say this over and over again, being able to identify when you can overall be strong, be aggressive, take a chance at opportunities is something that very hard to train, right? It's very hard to sit there and be like, I can understand the way this game is going and not only realize it, but take advantage of that point. It's something that is more intuition based than anything else. So loving this fact out of the side of the Deerfield Warriors. Whether the rest of the team wants to follow up or not, that's a whole different question, but it looks like they are doing it. Hideo goes ahead and collects. I'm pretty sure that's their 10th kill this life pretty easily. He's just been slaughtering people left and right. Why though says, why not be in the middle? Mesmer finds Mundo, and they're just having a blast here, consistently in their face. 23 seconds left. We are going to have a ball of a time here for Deerfield Warriors.
That was a pretty epic showing on defense from Deerfield, just defending right next to the spawn door the entire time. Even if they fall here and lose 1 or 2 members, it's such a long walk for Phantoms to get to point that you probably get whoever you dropped at those spawn doors back on defense if you're Deerfield. Time winding down, no shot that Phantoms get to the objective to, you know, start in overtime, but Deerfield, now it's their turn to attack. How quickly can they get it done, Orb?
Are we making predictions here, or am I about to be called out here? Old Charge, what are you doing to me?
I'm not trying to put you on the spot in a dangerous way.
Okay.
Do you think they cap in the first minute? Do you think that the Phantoms hold them to like an overtime? Well, what are you feeling? How are you gauging this game so far?
Oh man, I am gauging that Deerfield will get it in under a minute. They have been, I mean, we know what they can do on defense now, but remember what composition they like to run when they're in your face and whatnot. If we do see that Winston and Genji come out here, I assume it's going to be under a minute. Remember, all they have to have is, I believe, a third of the point. They don't even need to take the whole point. It's just a third of the point. So I do think they're going to be absolute monsters. Of course, if they are going to stick with just that Hanzo coming out here, it could still be done just as quickly. Phantoms, for their credit, I think need to figure out a sort of stall tactic of their own, because I think you hit it right on its head. We could see that stall. We could see that OT or anything of the sort. It's just Phantoms need to get themselves together to be able to perform that task appropriately.
Yeah, and as we kind of get this like bird's eye view of the objective right now, I can tell you exactly how Deerfield is going to attack. On the right side of this tower in front of us is going to be Mesmer, Reckless, Wytho, and Mookie, and then Hideo's probably got to peek around the left side. They're going to get a crossfire going. And I'm just saying this because you're going to notice that Deerfield play the fundamentals of Overwatch super well. They dissect a team fight. They don't just go in and wonder what to do. They go in and look right now already. They're setting the tank up over there, and you see that Hideo wants to come to the other side of the tower to create a crossfire. This team knows how to make you suffer on defense and make it so you can't escape their damage. They play the game so well.
They're just so good. No problems
So good.
whatsoever.
First minute, like you said, Orb.
Well, we said first minute, and I think it should have been the first 30 seconds. So what a challenge done. Deerfield Warriors give us a very clear indications that at least in this group, they are not to be messed with at all. And there it is. 4 for 4, Old Charge. 4 for 4.
He is him. Mesmer went off today. You can't ask for a better performance in a recruiting showcase than this player had. Mesmer was insane. So fun to watch him play back-to-back games. I'm hoping that I get to see him tomorrow because this guy is someone you want to keep your eye on, and I can't take my eyes off him. His performance was absolutely what you're looking for as a player trying to go to that next level.
Of course, and it's the fact that, again, as a tank right now, you have to cover so many other essentials that you didn't have to in Overwatch 1, right? You have to be able to both juggle offensive DPS styling with the cover that you need, and it's all about that communication because you know for a fact Mesmer is continuously talking in those ears. We don't get to hear it. I wish we could, because I wish my solo queue teammates would talk to me in that way, because constantly, hey, I know I can push forward. Okay, I'm going to take that chance. Hey, you get the call. Backline, getting attacked. Let's go ahead and fall back to that. Always knowing when to push and pull, never leaving the team too far strung out on their own. This is someone you desperately want on your team.
Yeah, Mesmer had total control and knowledge of what they could do and what their teammates could do and were doing in their wings. Mesmer was lights out. I mean, this whole Deerfield squad, they had a ton of playmakers on their team. Why Not came in just for this second game and played pretty great support. I mean, had an easy job. It didn't seem like Deerfield was super killable in this game against the Phantoms. This one was a little bit more of a mismatch than their game against Royalty, but still, every player on this Deerfield squad played pretty well, and Phantoms, this is probably going to be the toughest opponent they play in this recruiting event. Deerfield looked like some world beaters right now at this SPI event. So Phantoms, you're going to have other opponents who are probably closer to your skill level, and that's when you can kind of just try and bounce back. One thing that coaches really look for is you're going to take some bad losses. There's just no way around that. You're going to face teams that might be in your division who should be in a division above you, and they are going to absolutely dominate you. But can you bounce back? Is your mental stable? Do you get tilted, and does it affect you for a whole weekend? Hopefully not. Coaches are absolutely looking at that. Can you bounce back strong from a loss? So if you're the Phantoms, that's where your head has to be at right now.
Not only that, what did you take away from the loss, right? There are some talks of people that are like, man, there are some losses where you can't gather anything from, right? It's the loss of just like, it's too overall a beatdown that you can't even learn anything from it. And I will say there's merit to that. There's also merit in that loss had to occur from a certain point. There is always something you pick, even if it's a little bit, even if it's only a 1%, 2% piece of that loss that you take away, take it. Take anything you can from any match that you play, whether you win or lose. And that is what defines you as a player. That is what defines you as moving into the next step. Did you improve from that step? Did you make that same mistake again or anything of the sort? I want to see Phantoms continue to grow. I want to see all these players get better and better and see them on the collegiate stage.
Yeah, and I expect to see them there. I mean, the fact that they're in this showcase at all tells me that they do take it seriously. And even though they might not be in a program that's at the level that the Deerfield players end up at, I do expect to see these Phantom players in college esports because they're taking it seriously. Like I said, I was a baseball player. I wanted to play baseball in college. I played. Didn't play D1, definitely not. But I love the game, and I played the game. So these Phantom players, they love the game. They're going to play it at the next level. There's just no doubt about it. Orb, that is going to be all for us, though. We're on to Rocket League next. I'm going to be casting tomorrow, but I believe that's all for you for the SPI event. I hope you had a really nice time here. I do love working with these guys. What are your final thoughts on SPI before we take off?
I think it's amazing. Again, for me, growing up, I loved video games. But again, when I grew up, in high school, let me just age myself here real quick. This was a time before, we even really had PCs and online play a whole lot. You're looking at the old days of CS Source and everything like that. That is how old I am, I promise you. to see high schools getting in on another field for kids that, aren't into those traditional sports, but opening the doors to allowing kids to be able to express themselves and find other avenues of success, I think is something that is phenomenal that Stay Plugged In are trying to do. So I 100%, I'll be watching. I might not be casting, but I'll 100% be watching and supporting everything that goes on here.
You said it great, man. I mean, the fact that they have a stage to compete on and get those important eyes at the next level on them, that's the best thing about Stay Plugged In. They get those conversations started. They find a home for these players who take esports seriously, and then they get to have 4 fun years at college playing the game that they love. I mean, there's really not much more you can say. It's just an all-around great thing. But that is all for Orb and I here on the Overwatch casts. Gonna throw it back over to Bearlight and Olin here before we get kicked off for Rocket League. Thanks for watching Overwatch, everyone.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you guys for covering the Overwatch 2 matches here today. As we saw, Olin, it was incredible work from Deerfield. I mean, when you have a great coach, which we can see in chat here, Coach Metal joins us and says that is going to vouch for his boy, right? Mez is the best leader I've ever coached. That's so awesome to see the coach's involvement here in the chat as well. In addition to everything else, is just that is so warms my heart. It's incredible to see.
Absolutely, yeah. You can just see the passion shine through, and Mez leading the charge on what seemed like a Deerfield speed run of Overwatch 2. That was incredible to watch, and he's definitely, writing his name at the top of the whiteboard for recruits on a lot of college programs, I'm sure.
Yeah, Mesmer, the captain of this squad, and obviously showed that leadership too, and the no tilt, as Coach Metal says. So for any college coaches watching out there, I mean, that's a suggestion there, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, there's so many other players too. We have 30+ channels here. Stay plugged in. Just Carry2College right now, running live. Some of those games here in match 2 for Overwatch on the main channel. We have Rocket League going on as well on some of those B streams, if you will. I say B streams, but they're B through double G streams.
Yeah.
Checking those out. A lot of them are wrapping up, though. As we said, we'll have the college recruitment event happening. I say that. It's in the Stay Plugged In player Discord server. We're running the college fair as we speak right now, so that's going to be happening here in the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, no, students are going to get a lot of opportunities right now to speak to colleges. The Overwatch players coming fresh off games, and so they have a lot of in-game talks to have. Coaches maybe asking about what were you thinking in this situation, just kind of surveying the field and getting to talk with the players hands-on.
Awesome stuff. Overwatch 2 will continue tomorrow as well, so make sure you tune in at the same time. The coverage of Overwatch 2 in that bracket will be happening at the same time that it happened today, aka 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Time. So make sure you tune in for that here on the main channel and the multiple different channels as well. Exclamation Point Guide will be available tomorrow, which will have the games specific to the channels that exist for tomorrow's games as well, but that will be launched about an hour to game time as we figure out which events land where. So, Olin, your final thoughts on Overwatch 2 before we transition to some of the interviews we have lined up here for everybody here in chat.
Competition is fierce. Deerfield made their mark, and they're here to play. To the other teams out there competing, study, watch them, try and counter Mesmer as much as you can. The healers also, can't leave out the healers. They were playing incredible support. Sorry, not just healers, support. But no, a lot of competition out there, a lot of action still to play today and tomorrow. It's going to be fun.
It absolutely will be. One other thing that I noticed about Deerfield is they showed up. That wasn't always the case. We said being on time, number one, is definitely helpful if you're a gamer out there and looking for these esports collegiate opportunities. That's number one. What they look for is timeliness, right? Be there when we need you, right? When the time says you want to be there. Not only that, but early so that you can prepare as well. That's a big thing that I think some of the players may have missed the mark on. A lot of majority of these players here, they were able to do that. So it was great to see that too. We're going to take a quick break here, and when we come back, we have a lot of interviews lined up with some of the coaches that are attending today. You don't want to miss it. welcome back to Carry2College on the Stay Plugged In Network. Again, alongside Olin, my name is Bearlight. We just wrapped up Overwatch 2 on the mainstream side, but that'll continue as well. Exclamation point guide in chat. And if you go exclamation point guide, click that link, you can see all the matches still playing out. We've got Overwatch 2 matches still continuing alongside Rocket League, which we will feature next on the mainstream. But until then, we have a bit of a break from the competitive aspect of things. Olin, we have the college fair going on now, a time designated for these kids to talk to colleges.
Yeah, and we've hit on it a couple times, but just a great opportunity for students and colleges alike to reach out to one another, grow a relationship, and kind of break that ice barrier, I guess. You know, it's a weird phrase, but we're rolling with it.
The ice barrier, like Sage, is that what you...
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Valorant's
Nice.
a couple weeks away. I'm just getting ready.
You gotta get prepped, exactly. And
Right.
oh,
No,
man.
but yeah, just a great asset for anyone to have that's interested in collegiate esports, competing, whether it's production side, social media, so on and so forth.
I love it. Awesome stuff. We're going to go ahead and show you some of the tips as far as how you can approach colleges during this time. So students, listen up and listen to Sheridan, who's going to share her tips as far as what you need to prepare in order to talk to these colleges. Check out this video.
We've got you covered on everything you need to know about this esports recruiting event. The College Fair is a great opportunity for you to introduce yourself to a lot of college coaches as well as learn about a variety of esports programs. The College Fair will take place during the Carry2College recruiting event, and every student is highly encouraged to attend. It will be held in the Stay Plugged In Discord, and every school in attendance will have their very own voice channel to talk to Carry2College participants throughout the event. Be prepared to talk about yourself and ask questions. The College Fair is a two-way street. It's an opportunity for coaches to learn about you, but it's also an opportunity for you to learn about their programs.
So number one, be prepared, right? Have questions that you're going to ask these colleges. I know we covered this in the intro, Olin, but it's very important that you prep what you're going to talk about as far as yourself, but also what questions you want to ask the colleges whenever they are in that same call with you.
Yeah, definitely. And to be brutally honest, the more questions you ask, the more I'd argue impressed the coach is going to be, and how interested and dedicated you are to making sure that it's the right fit for you.
That's right. And in addition to that, it's also if you're talking to this college, and nobody's ever going to turn the cold shoulder, right? So even if you're a silver player, don't feel intimidated. Like, I can't go and talk because, as a player, I'm not, effective enough on the pitch. First of all, that's the wrong mindset, because there's always room for improvement, number one. But number two, what else can you bring to the table too? These programs need leaders. These programs need coaches. Maybe somebody who can see the field very well, or even just production too, casting, being able to know the feel of it, even production, right? Putting together these cool videos. You may not be in the montage, but maybe you put together a montage that brings eyes to the program. You can be so effective in all these different ways.
Yeah, we hit it on it earlier. The more associated you are with the program, and the more assets you can bring, the more valuable you are. And so whether it's just familiarizing yourself with Premiere Pro or Photoshop, or knowing how to operate a Twitch live stream, it just keeps building and building. And like we had hit on it earlier, the more impactful you are to a program, the more you're going to be sought out for.
That's exactly right. Well, we had Sheridan, one of the representatives here from Stay Plugged In, which you just saw and got to witness there. We had her sit down with some of the college coaches. So we have 3 interviews lined up for you here during this segment while the players are connecting with their coaches. And a lot of this is the details of what you would need to know when you're approaching these college coaches as well. So it still has those same concepts. The first one is going to be Dylan Gentlecore of UWRF, and that is the University of Wisconsin. And
River Falls.
There you go, River Falls.
Yeah.
So River Falls, the University of Wisconsin, River Falls. Let's see what Dylan had to say with Sheridan as she sat down with him prior.
Hello and welcome back to Stay Plugged In. My name is Sheridan, and today I am here with Dylan Gentlecore, the Esports Director of University of Wisconsin, River Falls.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dylan Gentlecore. I'm the head esports coach at the University of Wisconsin River Falls. We're a varsity esports program that also supports our student club as well as campus recreational offerings such as open rec and intramural tournaments. Our esports arena is equipped with 26 computers as well as 3 TVs with PlayStation 5s and Switches at each one. So we're looking to fill large rosters in pretty much every title.
Tell us why your school is attending Carry2College.
So Carry2College is always a great event for us to attend. I love to get out there and get actual footage of players in real time, watching them live, seeing how they handle the situation of basically being on the big stage, right? Knowing that the eyes are on them, that college coaches as well as their peers are watching them and they're expected to perform. So I think when you have that situation of students being able to genuinely show you their mettle as well as the pressure that's on them to perform simultaneously, as well as the fact that between matches or before or after, we have access to the students to talk with them to get their perspective and feedback on how they did on that day, what some of their goals are for the future in terms of academics and competition in college. It makes it a really high value event for us at River Falls.
What advice do you have for students who want to put their best foot forward in approaching coaches or directors like you?
I would say, for one, in game, make sure that you're not only doing all the little things to make yourself look good. I think people really want to hyper focus on their own performance, but also make sure you're doing the things that contribute to team success, right? And not all of those will be reflected on the stat sheet, but they do show up in the eye test. And when we talk to you and your teammates afterwards, it will come through in the way that you discuss how you felt about your play in your matches. So make sure that you're really focusing on your ability to demonstrate your skills as a team player. Your personal skill that can be showed off in so many other metrics. We can look at solo queue, we can look at the API data that's available, but for the most part, your ability to show off what you can do in a competitive environment only really takes place at events like this. I would say on the flip side, out of game, as you're talking to coaches, make sure to talk about your intangibles and your experience, the background that you're going to be able to bring. If you competed in amateur teams, if you have experience managing teams on the side, if you played for your high school team, if you have coaching experience, if you feel like you are someone who talks a lot and is local in game, or is more of a person who tries to create a good team environment. Those are all really interesting facts about yourself that we want to know about you, and it helps us understand what you're going to contribute to our program besides raw mechanical skill or maybe the ability to pop off every once in a while.
Can you speak a little bit about those traits that you mentioned?
Yeah, for sure. So first off, I already kind of mentioned it, but we look for traits related to leadership. So if that means you have managed or coached or served as team captain or IGL or shot caller for a team before, we definitely want to know about those experiences and how you managed working with other players and peers, especially ones around your age or even older. It can be really difficult sometimes, right, for these young students to take on a leadership role and serve not only as authority figure, but also someone who greases the wheels and keeps things going smoothly, right? I always talk about leadership primarily being a position of service rather than authority. So making sure that we can see, yeah, you can step up and take charge, but you're also someone who does what needs to be done, make the sacrifices to make the overall team environment better and put your teammates in a position to succeed. I think outside of those leadership skills, we're looking for people who are really committed to esports as a whole. Right now, at the collegiate space, we're always seeing which of our players are interested in doing more than just competing. Are they interested in being part of making content, whether that's on camera or off camera? Are they interested in the aspects related to social media management, streaming, casting, all of those little things that help build up the program? Of course, we want dedicated people to do that at the collegiate level, but we're also looking for players looking to double dip and get experience across the board and potentially look into non-playing pathways into professional esports.
And where can people go to find out more about your program?
Yeah, for sure. If you want to keep up with what we're building here at University of Wisconsin River Falls Esports, feel free to follow us everywhere at UWRF Esports. Doesn't really matter the case sensitive, right? So UWRF Esports, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. We're out there. You can also find our linktree/UWRF Esports, and that'll connect you with everything that we're doing.
you are going to be part of a team, right? When you're into your college adventures, Olin. So you have to prepare, know that you can be a part of a team player, if you will. And that's what colleges are looking for. They're looking for somebody who can lead a team, but also the ones that can follow a leader as well. So just a lot of good advice, again, from Dylan there. We appreciate him for coming on and speaking to us as well. So, I mean, just great advice all around.
Yeah, one of the greatest minds that I've been able to associate with while at my time at Spin, and just really insightful. And yeah, like you had said, a lot of positions in an army, right? Every single person in an army has their role, and you're just looking for the person that's going to best fit that role.
That's right. We have more great advice coming at you as well, as we have Dan Marino. He's the esports director at Ball State University. Let's check out what he had to say.
Hello and welcome back to Stay Plugged In. My name is Sheridan, and today I am joined by Dan Marino, the Esports Director of Ball State University.
My name is Dan Marino. I'm the Director of Esports at Ball State University in Indiana, and I'll be recruiting for my university's esports program at the Carry2College winter event. For our program at Ball State, we value commitment to the process, communication, teamwork above all else. So I'm excited to get to see those players display those traits, and we'll be there at the winter event.
Can you speak a little bit about those traits that you mentioned?
Yeah, so I think at this point with collegiate esports, we're past the point of proving that people are talented. There's plenty of talent within esports. It's really getting people that know what it means to be on a team, and in two ways. One, interacting with teammates and being that positive force when it comes to competition and the pressure around competition. And then the second is people that buy into the mission and buy into the culture and the process. So we really value people that understand that we don't just log on match day to play our game. We put in the hours and the effort in the days leading up to match day and the months leading up to the season. So people that really want to be involved in a community and really want to be involved in the process of creating teams that can compete at a high level. That's kind of a little bit of the context there.
So tell us about your program.
Ball State is in its second year now of an official esports program. We divide our program into three separate but equal portions under the esports umbrella. The first, obviously, the varsity program. We compete in Overwatch, League of Legends, Rocket League, Valorant, and Sim Racing. So we carry two rosters for each game. All of our rosters right now are basically in the top 1%, top 0.5% of the player base. So we are, able to be competitive nationally. We also have a lively club program. We have about 700 students involved in our esports club, and they do everything from recreational gaming to competitive gaming. So for students that maybe don't make the varsity team, don't have time for the varsity team, don't have their game represented at the varsity level, they're still able to find a home, play with students, and kind of make those connections. At the club level, compete in the same games we do at the varsity level, and then we also have our academy program, which is for students that eventually want to get to that varsity level. And then the last piece of our program is our production program. Our esports, or Ball State Esports, has a production or media major with a concentration in esports production. So we're able to give academic instruction to students interested in esports production as a career. And then to go along with that, those students that are in that major, even students that aren't in the major that just like esports production as an extracurricular, are able to work with our production team, our broadcast team, in order to do live streams of our varsity events, create content when it might be shoulder content, ESPN style, talk show. It could be highlight videos, social media management, graphic design. So we're able to bring in students that have that creative ambition and use it to bolster our esports program, whether or not they ultimately desire to work in the field. So in all, our program has, like I said, 700 students in the club. We have about 60 students competing for us on varsity teams, and then we have another 40 in our production program.
Tell us why your school is attending Carry2College.
One of the things, obviously, Stay Plugged In has done just a phenomenal job, I think. Kind of finding this niche and being a really, really great resource for us in particular when it comes to recruitment. The students that we managed to bring into Ball State this semester, this was our first recruiting class with Stay Plugged In, um, are some of our best students, not in terms of skill, but in terms of preparation. So we have a number of our incoming recruits this fall. Um, Came in with a wealth of experience, knowledge. They're great people. They've lifted our program. So um, I'm excited to attend this to make our second class, more of the same. I want to ultimately, stock our program top to bottom with, people that are passionate about the field, people that, whose why for going to college or maybe a particular college is because they want to do something with esports, whether that's playing, creating, leading. And I know that, with working with the students that from previous recruitment cycles from Stay Plugged In, they've been excellent. So I'm excited to, kind of get in there and get to speak with more and hopefully get some more applications and more enrollments from it.
And where can people go to find out more about your program?
2 spots. Twitter is a great spot for that's where we post all of our updates, both with what we're doing team-wise, our results, our competition standings, some of our production clips, but that's also where we post updates about for prospective students on how to get involved. So all of our handles are at BSU Esports, all one word. If you prefer a web page, bsu.edu/esports is another great resource. Kind of gives you all the esports facts about our program and then ways to get in touch.
Again, great advice overall. I think one of the things that struck me was, the fact that you need to get your feet wet coming into the college world. I don't care, if you're the greatest Rocket League, Valorant player, what other games you mentioned that they have at Ball State. In order to find out, go to staypluggedin.gg and find their account to see which games there are. So for Dan Marino, he said they have that JV program. So when you come in, you get your feet wet first, kind of explore what you really are your strengths, and maybe explore some of the things that are weaknesses that maybe you didn't know that you had too. I think it's important to have that discovery process before you step up to the next level and go varsity. It's good to kind of get an idea of what you're dealing with first.
Yeah, it's I also saw it as, you're doubling. You get to realize like what the collegiate collegiate esports schedule is going to be like, and how you balance that with your academic schedule, with your social life schedule. It's a full-time job sometimes, so you just need to understand what you're getting into, and just like you said, get your feet wet. One of the things that hit me was I loved his statement, the find your why. We had hit on it a little bit earlier about ensuring that you're finding your role in the team, and understanding that that's your role and that's your why, and he's just wanting to kind of cement that idea, and I like that.
Yeah, that's brilliant in my eyes. And overall, I thought he did a great job of breaking things down. So we thank, again, Dylan for his work up at the University of Wisconsin River Falls and what he had to contribute here to the conversation as well. And, of course, Dan Marino at Ball State University giving his insight as well. We also have one more interview coming up later in the broadcast as well. As we will eventually go and talk to PJ Farrell of Cleveland State University, as Sheridan had sat down with them. But Olin, we also looked at the Discord server, the player Discord server here in the Stay Plugged In side of things, and a lot of students connecting with these colleges, which you love to see. It was definitely an improvement of numbers since last time, and that was already pretty large number of students showing up.
Yeah, definitely awesome to see students getting out there and communicating with the coaches and even one another. Maybe they're working with each other and talking, finding best interests, one alike. Maybe one player liked the other player's style and they want to go to the same college. Who knows? But yeah, no, awesome to see the numbers going up and just students making more conversations and outreaching. It's awesome.
No doubt about it. Well, I'm going to bring on Hail Monkey Man now. It's time for Rocket League, as Hail Monkey Man joins me here in the booth to talk a little bit about the game at hand, but also what we can expect to see in this event and everything else. Hail Monkey Man, welcome to the booth.
Hey, thank you so much. You know, like the great Dan Marino once said, there is no defense against a perfect pass, and you just passed it very well over to me. So thank you so much. But we're looking at some awesome Rocket League coming up, right? This is recruitment. This is good students. This is talent that is brewing. And you know, when there's a good brew, you want to be able to find you know, the best taste. And sometimes that's just in the mix. So especially with all these potential students ready to find their home at a new collegiate just prospect.
Yes, and also familiar names, by the way. I know you know a little bit about Resinal. He's teamed up with Tide. He's been around the Stay Plugged In site for a very long time. All the events that we host, weekly tournaments, right? He's also been to a lot of these Carry2Colleges and has finished very close to the top. In fact, I believe he's won a Carry2College, if I'm not mistaken, or if not, he's been very close. And this is a good shot here with Shooters. He's lined up with Tide and Indigo for this one. It should be a very good matchup as Game 1 kicks off now.
This is going to be a fast, fun one. It's going to be quite hectic, and of course, it's going to be everything that you guys want to see because it's about teams that can gel. I mean, one of the biggest things that I've seen when it comes to just Rocket League overall, especially at the collegiate level and various levels, is about how the vibes can kind of kick off. And Resinal is one of those players that's really at one of those high echelons, and so Shooters in Blue are going to be one of those dominant favorites, but I like the defense so far from Walmart Wi-Fi.
Yeah, they're off to a quick start. Their average rank is GC2, but it doesn't really matter at this point in time because they're trying to improve themselves in every way, so it doesn't necessarily matter with what the results will be. But so far, so good. You're right, they're off to a hot start as you see Indigo try to pull this one down. And it tried to toss it to Resinal, couldn't quite do it. His Tide will cut it off, though, nonetheless. And the Shoot is trying to bounce back. I've seen Dap. He was the absolute difference maker. He teamed up with JT for the Valhallan tournament that happened a week ago. So he's a difference maker from start to finish. And in fact, he will finish here as he makes it a 1-0 lead.
This just shows how often that you have your prospect, your aspect of a great player, but then sometimes it just gets behind you, and that'll be a step in the right direction for Walmart Wi-Fi, which maybe they were able to upgrade over to that Wi-Fi 6 instead of just the old A, B, and G. But this time around, Shooters, they started off on that momentum, able to kind of move forward to that front point of the pitch, but didn't come away with anything. Instead, they were left sleeping and slacking on the back end, and that is a great interception. Walmart Wi-Fi is really picking up steam.
Yeah, he's looking to, or this full team is looking to try to connect with one another. Their passing was something that I noticed when we talk about the Valhallan tournament and how they try to transition against one of the best teams that we've seen in Stay Plugged In, and really in the bubble scene as a whole, one of those teams that could be a breakout in RLCS if they were to, you know, really have one of those shining moments that you see from bubble teams all the time. So I expect nothing less as you see Resinal come off the back and get that double touch to tie the game in 1.
Sometimes that's all you need, a spark, just a little bit of a fire. That goes right over one, and then you have Dap waiting in the net, but they have to be in perfect position to stop that double tap, and because no one was able to be there defensively, both defenders were one at the line, one in the box, and one had already attempted to go and make that intercept. There was no one to defend the actual shot, which means it's all of a wait-and-see moment. Well, they get to wait and see that one go in their own net, so Shoot is going to shoot, play is going to play, and we are tied up here in the first game.
Sure are. JT pushing forward too, but he was cut off by Resinal as he somehow made that read, and that one looked like it hit the post, went in. So you take that post luck and you roll with it as now 2 in a row for Shooters.
Oh man, Resinal was already in position to round this one out if it were to have bounce over to the wall and then come back over. But seeing that he's basically given an oopsie-doopsie assist from that pass aside, they're going to be able to bank off of it. So good profitable bit of awareness, and Resinal is the type of player that can do that in earnest. Dap with a high pitch, but again, it's the speed that can be stepped up to the plate, and Indigo does that quite well. Another shot, but it's Tide that, you know, haven't been able to talk to them too much. We talk about kind of the highlight players that show up on the stat sheet first and maybe foremost, but it has been those players that have been able to promote them forward, and Tide finds the last couple for Shooters to keep this one to a 1-goal margin.
Sure has. They're keeping it close for sure. You see Shooters definitely picking up the pace a little bit as you see 2 commit there from Walmart Wi-Fi, and now Resinal in the zone try to push it across, but JT gonna try to jump on it himself. You see Indigo from his point of view try to toss it up to Tide, but a good job from Dap to read it there at midfield. That's one of the noticeable things too. He's a pure striker at heart, but the defensive play comes as no stranger as well, as Dap will get it over to Rick and they'll push forward.
Yeah, you have to be like that. Head on a swivel. You cannot be role oriented. Maybe when it comes to teamwork, being the captain, being kind of that person that keeps everything level, and that's something else that also falls into collegiate programs as well as just teams being able to kind of develop their players. But when it comes to Rocket League, you got to have pretty much every skill set, because you'll become a defender, you become an attacker, you become a midfield man, and it has to all hit in different rungs. Indigo will be waiting on Tide and Resinal to connect, and they will actually punch up. That's very confident. They're looking for a double. Oh, it'll fall just wide.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We've seen Indigo hit that multiple times here at Staple Locked-In. Just not that time, but that's okay. He'll be able to regroup. His team has built a 2-1 lead here for a reason. And right now, taking it to his advantage, his Tide will be high on the wall. We'll try to bring it back down with the flip reset, or Rick will try to challenge, hold down. JT not able to touch anything on that, so Resinal will pop it deep, and now we'll chase as well as Rick to the corner now. Resinal gonna call off Indigo. He's got Tide right there in the slot. Great job from Tap Tap to tap that one away.
1 minute remaining. Shooter's been able to maintain this. They may be able to build upon it. A shooter does come through, and this one very slow. It's just hanging like a beach ball on a windy day, and no one can be able to get out of the box. They go for one. Resinal looking for the ricochet, and then they pinch it together. All hands on deck and batten down the hatches because the ship has some holes in it, but they are still floating. That is going to be off into the box as well. It's a bit awkward, but Tide, when things are worrisome, is able to give some more confidence to shooters defensively and offensively on that strike.
That was impressive. Ty just rolled with it. Dab Dab did a good job to toss it a little bit wide there on the side, but look at Ty from the back wall in an incredible angle. JT couldn't quite get the defense there, and there's no way you can defend it when the velocity is that high.
Especially just a on the fly, hey, let's get this quick passing play going, boom, boom, done. And Tide is trying to get yet another one that is going to be Dap Dap that finds another defensive stop. But with 20 seconds remaining, we have been all offense most of the time for shooters. They started the game with it, trying to end the game with it. Walmart Wi-Fi was able to find at least one choke point where they've caught them lacking on the back corner. But otherwise, it's kind of a runaway train right now here in game number 1 in late term. They will get at least one more possession, but there's just not enough time on the clock. We're gonna have to work to game number 2. This one's gonna go over to shooters, and it was pretty dominant at the end, pretty flashy too.
Yeah, exactly. Once they got that 2-goal lead, they felt a little bit more confident. You can see it in their mechanics at the flip reset, but it started before that as well, as they just had a multitude of minutes played there towards the end where they were dominant. Their passing plays looked sharp. They looked just like they were ready to play from 2 minutes in. You know, you'd like to see them start off pretty strong because you reach the CRL realm, and when you get there, other teams might take advantage of that. I thought Dap Dap did a great job to play defensively and hold them off for a minute. Rick and JT actually stepped up and really played behind him, and so they had a strong start themselves. But I do think the better team won in game number 1, but that doesn't mean that necessarily Walmart Wi-Fi is going to go away.
Yeah, no, we often see the team that is ready first to simply pop off and go into that first game. It could be a 7-0. Coaches have seen that all the time, and it's kind of a wake-up call to teams to really step up to the plate, get into that speed difference that can exist. But this time around, it definitely seems like there's adaptation for shooters to just kind of control the game. We've seen teams be able to adapt to their opponent over the course of a series, and luckily for us, these are still best of 5s to be able to determine who the top 2 squads are coming out of all these groups going into bracket play. And Resinal showcasing they can be able to take shots. Same to be said of Dap Dap for Walmart Wi-Fi, and I love the defense that we saw out of both JT and the rest. It's a matter of making sure that you can enhance some of that extra pressure. Dap Dap had 4, all those awesome shots, and the rest need to be able to, have more than a goose egg. So let's see if they can be able to kind of find the more of that in the same. Oh, is this one of those dreaded bots just hanging on the box?
Oh no. Looks like it looks like multiple got affected by it, apparently, as we had a few disconnects. We're going to see and judge exactly what's going to happen here with the ruling. In the meantime, we'll play it out here on stream to figure out what may have occurred, as only 2 members of Walmart Wi-Fi remain here in this lobby. So looks like they're playing it out. Not sure what's going on with it, but we'll give you the updates whenever we have that happen. Looks like we will get a restart on this match, so that's the good news here. I want to go kind of back into Resinal and Tide because, as the one who writes articles as a journalist for Stay Plugged In, I've seen them play and compete in the weeklies for what seems like a lifetime, ever since the inception of 2022. And so see them playing throughout the entirety of the year last year. It was that duo, but they always brought in a different third for the most part. You know, it would be a couple weeks here, they'd have a third, another couple weeks, they would have another one, and yet they strung together so many wins. I mean, I'm talking maybe 14 or 15 different times with all different players. What is it, the difference between having a strong duo like that and then being able to find that third that can finally solidify the situation?
I feel like there's adaptation when it comes into a cerebral level. You have just kind of this innate chemistry with at least one other person, and you're looking for that third that either is confident enough to kind of step up between, and you can have that 1-2 rotation, or maybe to even just have that magic moment where they look at you. You know, cars can see each other. It's real. Disney's shown it. The movie Cars has shown it. They talk to each other.
Not a sponsored stream, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah.
And it just hive mind the passing situation to work itself out. But then sometimes maybe they're not so confident. Maybe they're just friends. You want to be able to have them step up, but maybe they step back, and so you just kind of let both Tide and Resinal go to work and then hold down the back line. So I like seeing that development because you're showcasing that you can work into any given system as long as there is consistency, and that comes with long-term development. I mean, if they've been there together, they know, hey, I see him across the pitch with me, I'm good. If he's a different color, like orange and I'm blue, that maybe I start to get a little worried because that was my boy. So I like seeing that, but you also like seeing that if they can get into that same state of mind in a different program, that there is something of development as well as strength to come from overall consistency.
I agree completely from start to finish. It was a well drawn out breakdown, and
thank you.
Yeah, of course, dude. Credit where credit's due. The duo has been really stacked. That being said, remember, outranked in a sense is Walmart Wi-Fi. This is a team that I saw that competed together in Valhalla. So this is a 3 squad that's been playing together for a very long time themselves. And even though they're outranked, they kept it incredibly close. So having that third man, it definitely solidifies the situation. I think having 2 members that can click very well is very helpful, and especially when they play at that level of SSL where they're pushing into the bubble scene. But to have that 3 stack is almost more important. You roll into to qualifiers, whether it be collegiate or maybe even eventually pro if they get to that level. And they've looked great ever since. They took that title for Valhalla, by the way, and so this team is really looking to prove themselves in general, and to have that 3 stack. We've seen it happen before with the Doodle Bangers, where they were able to go and find a spot at Rochester University now. So we've seen that from Stay Plugged In right off the get-go, and another quick start here for Walmart Wi-Fi as they get off to the 1-0 lead, just like we saw in game number 1.
And you know what? Straight off the kickoff, try to enforce your will. And JT, that's their first shot counted on net. And guess what? It is a goal in 3 seconds. Something else to be thought of is that if you've been rolling around with the same 3, the same duo, the same kind of squad for the longest time, when you go and get recruited into a separate college, the college can also kind of make a decision based on, all right, this system seems to work. Why don't I, look at the option of maybe picking up both or multiple? And there's also the case of, hey, we need one. Can you be able to work into a system that we provide and be able to adapt to a new environment? That is a scary prospect, but it's something that, players and students of all different walks of life have to be able to account for. And it's going to be Indigo that's trying to drop it back to someone to come and shoot. Resinal eventually does step up. It falls a bit wide, but they're going to be working from the flanks to try and get this one back into shooting order.
And it will try to challenge JT as well, and Tide will be able to get to him. But yeah, you're right. Walmart trying to push out. Eventually, they will get a touch out from Dap, who gets a bump in the process too, and Rick had a chance, but the shot went a little bit wide. And so Resinal now on this counterattack, trying to get that read off the corner. You will get a touch, but it will sit here in center. Indigo kind of threw him off. A bit of a fumble there from JT, but he will recover after all.
Oh, that was rough. So JT was floating across from the post to the post, and they had to maintain their flip for so long just to adjust back to the ball. And this has been some very floaty striking. Tide is going to turn the tide and make this one back to 1 apiece. And this was just slow, kind of galvanization of their efforts in the air. And what a great double tap again, uncontested, and just goalie hanging around until the shot comes to him.
Yeah, from that angle as well, from that to that top left corner, which is the only place the defense couldn't get to it, and being able to locate that shot whenever you're at that incredible angle was something else there from Ty. But that setup, recognizing the defense is staying a little bit too far back for Walmart Wi-Fi, so the recognition from Shooters to pass that one, even though it was a little bit slower, it was back away from the wall to give them a great chance, and another chance develops here from Shooters, but it'll be fought out by Walmart Wi-Fi.
all three of Walmart Wi-Fi were in that corner, so you just needed one good challenger from Shooters, and they found it that was able to kind of disrupt the flow. But now a good pickup. Dap is in a one-on-one against Indigo. They make a high flick, and it will be a double commit, so Tide's out of position, but Indigo is able to maintain possession on their tip of the nose, and that is Resinal that hangs out just underneath. They're calling, you can see them kind of raising their hand, calling for him. They're stealing all the boost down that long end, and they're just waiting for Dap to maybe get challenged and lose possession. But even though they get all that boost, it doesn't turn into much except for just kind of long zone pressure. And so now they move this one to the opposite side of the pitch. Tied to 1v1, looking for an air dribble bump, making an air dribble double tap as they score another 2 in a row. Shooters on top.
Well, I'm not sure what the stream picked up on that one, but I believe it was Dap's point of view where he played that one just as well as you possibly could, and it didn't matter because of the placement off that second touch from Tide. I mean, that was just excellent work. Tide's been in his zone recently, and it shows as they continue to just put on this pressure. I mean, let's be honest. I think Walmart Wi-Fi is outpaced, but at the same time, I think they have their opportunities as well. They can play slower, they can play faster too, but they've gotten that lead early and just haven't been able to hold on to it.
Yeah, there's something to be said about getting a first score, but then also building. You don't just have an entire building from one brick. You have to be able to lay multiple, and the mortar in between is the communication and the teamwork that makes it work. What a great save! That one will plink its way off of the opposite side post. A lot of pressure right now, and it's consistent. Shoot as they go to the sky. They force Walmart Wi-Fi to burn all their resources. You see 0 right now for JT, and then Dap's chasing this to the crossbar. Another clever read to force that one from off of his own backboard.
I know. They've been really good defensively and in being creative to make these saves. Obviously, that's not in a position you want to be in constantly, but the fact that they can handle it is definitely a good sign. And that's one of the things here that college programs are looking at. You might be outclassed, but this team has no quit, right? They continue to pressure constantly. Even though they seem a little bit outmatched by Shooters, it definitely does not reflect in the score department, and that's one of the reasons why. You also saw the adjustment from JT, as well as that save that you just saw in front of you, too, to guard that back wall when Tide's been all over it scoring goals. And now they get bumped out of the way, though, and to go a quick move, and that should be in. It is. He'll tap it in for the 3-1 lead for Shooters.
It felt like this eventually had to break. Tide was able to break it in. Rick is just kind of sent back flipping. He goes for the immediate challenge. Indigo is able to turn violence into violence, and they're purple all over. And it was just constant shots and dissecting and diving into the box for Shooters to just kind of contain Walmart Wi-Fi. So maybe the Wi-Fi signal has dropped a little bit, but it is all good. 3 bars apiece for Shooters with 1:15 remaining. They seem to be right back in the driver's seat. I mean, they're in cars after all. They've been there the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. Throughout the game. In fact, 3 of them, by the way. And
oh yeah.
They push forward as Tide will just keep it away from his net. Gonna keep it high off his own wall. Dap in recovery here. Good chance from Indigo, went a little bit wide. Resinal's just gonna buy some time, kill some time, but JT's gonna kill him. And now out for another demo, a fake. Crafty move there from Dap. He'll tap it past 1. What a slick move there to get past 3 SSLs and make it 3-2 now.
Nice little bit of footwork. No one expects just trying to receive. Dap he kind of steps backwards over the midfield line, waits for the reception, has a nice favorable trap that bounces right in front of him, and then just wins the 50-50 pacing. That is beautiful. Hey, you're down. You're not out. There's still 45 seconds. This is Rocket League. This is Rocket League. This is Rocket League. There we go.
This is Rocket League. There it is. Finally able to get that one, dig it out from basically the goal line. As now across they go. Indigo going to try and settle it down a bit as it seems to get out of hand. Walmart Wi-Fi all over them as of late. And now he's going to miss that touch as well, but not prepared for it was Rick. He was a little bit too far forward. And he'll have to push it forward by the hands of JT now. As Resinal from that back wall, you never want to see him up in the air, especially when Tide's on the other side. On the ceiling, the shot going to be just fought off a little bit by Dap, and they'll have to retrace their steps all the way back here for Shooters, as they just have to kill time. But Dap going to try to challenge now too. Down to 3 seconds left, they'll have to keep it in the air. It starts now. JT either have a 3-on-1 as well, but a good cutoff there from Resinal, as he'll toss this one high. Tide already up for this one. Rick going to keep it up with a good bounce forward. Dap for the time being. Resinal just trying to get it around them, but they continue to keep this one up. Finally, it's killed down to the ground, and Shooters will go up to match point.
Shooters, you could just see the confidence brimming at the top. They're like, oh, hey, you need this ball to stay up? Cool, we'll help you stay up. It's rule 1-0, whatever you want to call it, of Rocket League. 14 shots to 6. Shooters ended up ultimately taking it, and there was a brief moment of hope at the very end. They had 45 seconds remaining, and honestly, there was an offense that was pressing up for Walmart Wi-Fi, but Shooters, they're on match point. It does not surprise me based on how well they've been able to really kind of ramp up their offense over time, and it's still Wi-Fi that has been kind of in chase of that versus being in control. But I mean, when we look at these players, there's so much growth potential, especially when like you have good coaching, good programs to really kind of elevate these players' style and of course game recognition to work alongside other players.
I think that Wi-Fi, Walmart Wi-Fi right now, I think their game presence is almost, you could debate whether or not it's a little bit sharper than Shootas, but the mechanics overall are just better, right? For Shootas, their pace, the speed, the ability to get to their rotations a lot faster. And I think that's been the advantage in this one. The reason why these games are so close is because Walmart Wi-Fi, if they spend a little bit more time and continuously grind like you can tell they have been on their mechanics, this team could be very deadly. You could tell their senses there. You could tell it by the solo effort from DapDap. You could tell by the adjustment from JT on the back wall defensively. Everything seems to be methodical for them. They have great coaching and a great challenge here in the first 30 seconds. The follow-up shot, though, going to go a little bit high, and they could not quite connect at midfield. As DapDap could have floated there. They cause a double commit here and causing chaos in the defense of Shootas.
You know what? Having all the pressure against them, they flinging themselves everywhere. There really has been some kind of messy defense. It ends up working out as they do send numbers. If you send multiples after a single man in Rocket League, then you better be coming away with at least a good touch, and that is one that does go a very profitable margin in favor of Shootas. And something to be said when it comes to coaching, because you have individual mechanics that is required for the individual themselves to develop it, and you can give them training packs and more. But when it comes to game sense, that is something that can be given to you over time and help to develop just a little bit more mindfulness. And you know, it also is something to look at when it comes to students being recruited. Do you go for the one that has more of the mechanics or more of the game sense? Which one do you kind of lean into? And I'd say one is a little bit easier to teach than the other, and one is a little just more innate. We're more, or rather 100 seconds here into game number 3, and we're still not up at nothing.
Yeah, we are. And the defenses both ways have been strong. Is this the first? No, it is. DapDap able to find a little bit of a soft spot there behind the last defender, behind the third man back, and was able to launch this one past Indigo for a 1-0 lead.
That was a boomer from distance. Indigo was not ready for the heat on the backside of that ball. So a minute 45 into game 3. One that Wi-Fi needs the most. I'm not exactly sure of the current standings of this group, but I know that Wi-Fi was at 1-1 coming into it. A big save on that top 90. Wi-Fi's been able to get these goals good to go, at least to either tie things up or get themselves an early lead. Brick by brick. We need a second brick. We need another one early. I want to see Wi-Fi try to get up to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that would be huge for them. Right now they're sitting at 1-1 versus Shootas at 2-0. So Walmart Wi-Fi already dropped a series. Obviously they didn't want to drop another one. And it's going to be tough to try to hold on when Indigo is making plays like that. He made up for that third man back mistake coming a little bit too far forward as Resinal kind of flip reset, and it might have thrown off the defense because the next man up was able to tap it in the back of the net.
What a clutch, just kind of block. It looked like it was going to be another sprint upwards to go on offense, and then Resinal right in between two defenders was just kind of whoop, just popped it up, and with a follow-up, able to lay it into the box enough for an opportunity to develop, and Indigo does pounce upon it, and again, that's just great communication. Look for the redirect. The pass is not going to be found in open space in front of the net, but now beyond the midpoint of this game, Walmart Wi-Fi is keeping pace with Shootas, but Shootas looking like they're going to get on the top end. That's another double tap. Resinal, they set him up, they knock him down.
I mean, when you saw him go up for it and the back wall was a bit empty, that's where you knew it was going to be a bit of a problem there for Walmart Wi-Fi. I do respect the fact that DapDap was up early to challenge that one, to try and push him either left or right, but it just came a little bit too late, and that's where those rotation speed comes in handy. When you're able to get out there and get that challenge before it's able to develop, it's either that or you got to fall to the back wall. You got to choose a little bit sooner.
It's unfortunate because those free back wall defenses have kind of opened up so many chances for Shooters really to just get to you. Tide is looking to dive onto this one if they can. They can't quite make the margin of error in favor of them. JT will be able to get just a piece of it, and Rick goes jousting against Resinal, neutral 50, and Resinal's able to get another piece on his way down. This is a sprint, it's a foot race, and it's being won with speed by Shooters as Ties makes it 3.
I mean, there is no reason for DapTap to expect him to be up there. And so I'm like okay with him trying to push it down the field at that point in time, especially when Resinal was the last one back. But he was already up the ceiling. I'm not sure how he got up there that quickly. Either way, it's a bit of deja vu here. Walmart Wi-Fi jumps out to a 1-0 lead, and then Shooters put on 3 in a row. We've seen this story play out before, and we might see a fourth. 1-2 tied a little bit off the mark, but still Shooters on top.
This is so far, yeah, every single game has been 3-1 in some fashion or form, and Walmart Wi-Fi has been able to at least get the second one in game number 2. I want to see if they can do the same. I want to see that bounce back, that never say die, never quit, always playing. It's a video game, why not play? Resinal gets bumped off of the ball, and that's going to be, again, every single time you have a player upfield for Shooters, they're able to have another one in development that's able to slow down what could be that big counterplay. Walmart Wi-Fi, they do have DapTap stepping up to the plate. They go 50, but it goes very fierce and fast to the opposite side wall. Rick in a foot race has a third of a tank, and they're trying to chase down 2. Both defenders for Shooters are trying to track after. That's a shot, but it finds 2 defenders, especially Resinal, who turns it around the 90.
It seems like Shooters get a little bit comfortable, and whenever they do, it kind of catches them by surprise. Walmart Wi-Fi does, and so then they are like, okay, let's go back to the pace that we are supposed to play, which is our full capabilities, and then they put on a few extra goals, but nothing too crazy. Walmart Wi-Fi has kept it really close. Unfortunately, this is looking more and more like it's going to be the last game of the series, and it won't favor them. But you gotta look at all the positives you can pull from Walmart Wi-Fi. As casters, we tend to do that and give credit, to the losing team as well. In this case, it's very authentic. I think they gained a whole lot of information from this game. They better be saving their replays because, my goodness, they did so many good things that they can learn from the next time around, bring it back to this team, and they'll have a decent shot to beat this team eventually. And even if they're able to close out the groups and perhaps move on to the next round if possible.
Yeah, I don't know exactly who's going to be coming in second for this group. We definitely know who's coming in first. 4-1, 3-0 just on the crest of the horizon for Shooters. But like you said, there was some great individual successes. We got to see some good dribbling. There was honestly some very cerebral passing that was going on for Walmart Wi-Fi in a couple of different instances. It was just a matter of having that be consistent. That's hard to do, especially in some of these big moments. But it will be Shooters. They were consistent the entire time. They at least scored 3 every single game. This one ends with 4, and they go 3-0 in this series and just dominate. They looked really good doing it.
They did, and it's just the nature of the grind, right? We've seen Resinal and Tide over and over again in the Stay Plugged In Weeklies, formerly known as Turbo Tuesdays. Stick around, by the way, for a little bit of a surprise. We have an announcement to make about some changes to what we have for the Weeklies, so keep an eye on that here momentarily. But overall, I mean, when you're just competing week after week, you're competing in RLCS, trying to get the open qualifiers, trying to get to closed. You're competing in Stay Plugged In events so that you can prove to the colleges that you're talented while also getting that extra practice in. I think it says a lot about the team's ability to perform whenever you're just consistently putting yourself out there.
Yeah, that's very true. You have students regular players, anyone in all like levels of life, and of course just progressions in the game that are just trying to compete. If you're not used to competing, well, get ready. You're going to have to compete, especially at this level. CRL is huge. It's not just, saying, oh, well, they're just champ ones out there. No, it's players at this level and even higher that are grinding for it. That's why you see everyone at this particular junction, because they're trying to prove that they can be the next best thing and the next big thing at whatever school that, may be able to offer them some opportunities. And seeing teams and players do that consistently from week to week, it shows that they're ready for the big time. And maybe there's some that still are apprehensive to the sweat, to the grind that happens with that. That's true. I've seen that happen too, and that's confidence that can be built by a great program as well.
That's right. And in fact, if you are out to prove that same mission, that you're not only capable but want to contribute to a team in the future collegiately, you have to check out staypluggedin.gg, open a new tab, go to staypluggedin.gg, and create your free player profile. That's where it begins. And we don't just offer Rocket League. We don't offer just Rocket League and Overwatch. We have Valorant and League of Legends coming up with Carry2College as well. The second weekend happens 2 weekends from today. So that means 2 Saturdays from today. it'll be the same time. So there's still time to register if you're a competitor in Valorant or League of Legends. It's the Riot Series coming up in 2 weeks. So if you're a part of those titles, check it out what we have to offer here today. Prove yourself as well. And there's so many other titles that we run with Stay Plugged In. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it'll be the last match of the groups here, or the bracket rather, for Rocket League. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Carry2College here on the Stay Plugged In Network. Again, alongside Olin, my name is Bear Lights, and Olin, we've seen such an incredible stream so far. We have another day on the docket as well, but before we get to that, we have a big announcement to make here.
Oh yeah, we got the replacement for the Spin Weekly series.
That's right. It's called the 2023 League Series Initiative. We have going on. The League Series will feature 6 weeks of play and the playoffs as well. It's going to be on a weekly basis here. We have Rocket League and Valorant. So if you play Rocket League and Valorant, well, for Rocket League, Monday is your new day. And for Valorant, Tuesday is your new day here. And it's created to give you some great practice along the way. I know we've partnered with a lot of organizations around the country trying to build those grassroots efforts. I know Illinois and Indiana, two that I can name right off the bat, but I mean the many leagues that we partner with as well, including Play Versus, including Valhalla as well. So all these leagues, all these high school leagues looking for practice. If you have your team and you just want a little bit more constructing, this is the place for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a great opportunity for teams that are wanting to stick together and build experience together to compete against other teams in likewise competition while also having an end goal.
That's right. Let's check out this video about the League Series that we put together as well. So, Pass Bear, take it away. All right, stay plugged in, Valorant and Rocket League recruits. We're leaving the old way of hosting weeklies in the past, and we're launching into 2023 with a new Stay Plugged In League Series. The League Series is designed to create more competitive games and even more ways to be discovered by the colleges that you are interested in.
Absolutely. The 2023 Stay Plugged In League Series will feature a 6-week regular season where teams will accumulate points. Teams in the top 8 of points at the end of the season will compete in the playoffs and for their share of the $1,000 prize pool.
Yeah, plus half of a team's points are going to transfer over from one season to the next. This is to support the players that like to grind it out and be better as part of a team. After all, college directors and coaches, they love that commitment.
So make sure you speak to colleges as they watch you succeed and get that much needed practice in with your team. Mondays are for Rocket League, Tuesdays are for Valorant, and every day is an opportunity for you to push for a college esports scholarship.
That's right. So the Stay Plugged In League Series begins the week of February 13th. So keep an eye on the events page in the description below. And for registration and full event details, they'll be there as well. Good luck, gamers.
Good luck.
To, because you're also able to, kind of grind it out with some of the teammates in as part of a team, which you'll see at the collegiate realm all the time.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you got household names like, we just watched Shooters with Tide and Resinal. They're competing in Spin Weeklies every single week. And so now they're going to have that opportunity to continue competing together against teams of likewise competition. And like I had said earlier, for that end goal of the $1,000 prize pool in the playoffs.
And what's cool about it, too, is you face off with teams that are close to you in points. So that means for you, you're always facing off with competition that's pretty close to your level of play, meaning that you get that great practice consistently, right? So the points are 3 points for a win, 1 point for a loss, 0 for a did not show. And what that does is keep the points close. You also earn points for showing up and grinding. Even if you do take a loss, you're still earning those points along the way. So you get that close competition, teams that are going to be similar to you, and you can grind in the higher you go. It's basically like a ranked ranking system in game.
Yeah, no, it should definitely increase the level of competition as well as just the competitive drive, right? I mean, just me alone, I'd love to compete for $1,000 at the end of a season, and 6 weeks is just enough time for you to kind of get comfortable with that one roster enough to perform at your highest. So
that's
really
right.
Excited.
Definitely, and there's more ways to be discovered in addition to that, right? Because we track your stats all the way throughout the season. I even put together articles to kind of reach out to the colleges so they can kind of look through and see who are some of the best performing players in the league, right? We take the stats and hand out awards in addition to that, right? Who is the biggest playmaker, right? Who's the striker, top striker throughout the season. Even for a week-to-week basis, we'll do that as well. So it kind of gives you a good eye there too. Plus 3 of the 6 weeks in the regular season and the playoffs, all of those will be broadcasted too to our main channel, which means for us, you get more time, which means more airtime to play in front of colleges.
Yeah, definitely. Recognition is going to be huge from this league alone. You're going to have repeat viewers coming back to see if you maybe had a fluke week last week, and you're going to prove them wrong because everyone who plays on Spin is incredible players. But no, very excited for this competition. I think it's going to provide a lot of insight to who we really have here at Spin, and a lot of talent's going to come forward.
That's right. It begins the week of February 13th. So keep an eye on the staypluggedin.gg/events page, the events page of our website, where you'll see the registration launch here in just a few days, maybe within the next week or so. So just keep an eye on when that comes out. No confirmation on when it does, but just keep your eyes posted on the events page, and you can register there. Again, that's Rocket League and Valorant. Rocket League on Mondays and Valorant on Tuesdays as well. And as it grows, we might add some extra titles there too. There's been multiple titles that we've been considering in addition to just those 2 titles. But for now, I think it's a good start, especially for you Rocket League individuals who are here watching the stream right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just with Turbo Tuesdays alone, the turnout every week was pretty strong, and I can only see it getting bigger from here, as well as Valorant, the Road to Radiant. So,
absolutely. So we're about to head into Rocket League again, a match coming up for you. But before we do that, we kind of want to give you all the details of the weeklies, including how it works on the payout. In addition to that, so again, per game, throughout this season itself, there will be a $1,000 prize pool at the very end. 1 through 4 will get paid out for their performance there in the playoffs. So the top 4 will be paid out. But on top of that, in the weekly basis, $100 per week by just winning that week. Again, it's based on points, round differential, and a rounds for. So, whichever title you're talking about, the better you perform, you do get paid out accordingly as well. So, multiple opportunities, even into season points. So we're talking if you win the most over the course of the season, or if you're top in points, rather, at the end of the season, you get a payout there too. So there's just many ways to earn some money, maybe for some books, in the future when you go to college.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like you were saying earlier, college isn't cheap. So getting some scholarships covered and just definitely earning as much money as you can via Spin prize pools is definitely going to reward you in the long run, obviously. But no, Turbo Tuesdays and Road to Radiant series, like I said, had a great turnout. So we're only expecting big things from this.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be big things for sure. Well, we hope you enjoyed that announcement as well. And again, keep an eye on the events page of staypluggedin.gg to check out when registration will be. We're going to take a quick break and set up the next match for Rocket League, so don't go anywhere. You're watching Stay Plugged In's Carry2College. welcome back to Stay Plugged In's Carry2College here. The Winter 2023 version has been excellent for day number 1. Joining me again in the booth for some more Rocket League action is Mr. Hail Monkey Man.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? And we've seen some good talent already here, Bear, be it Overwatch or be it the first match of Rocket League. We're going into bracket play, and this is when you get to see some big competitors because we've been able to cut away the half of the competition. So the remaining half is set to join everyone else into the big part. We did have some upper seeds that they get a bye. That was Shooters and apparently Bag Chasers, but we're going straight into this one. It's gonna be Nears and Bean Boys, and we're already in game 1.
And Bean Boy is part of the CMS League, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools, which, if you don't know, Stay Plugged In from the Charlotte area, we actually know some of these players. So I'll keep you up to date on who is, kind of the players that to look out for. One of is definitely Skimmit, is he's got that skill. And Barris, the MVP of that league that we ran not too long ago. So watch those two on the end of Bean Boys, but Nier is going to try to challenge them too. Although this one is right off the bat, Ruck's trying to challenge him as well. Barris holds off, couldn't quite connect with that one too, but from the back wall, it'll be Niers with their first defensive stand.
Skimmit trying to get another passing play, and that one's almost immediate, just slightly off time, but Rux was there to at least get a touch onto it from the top of the box, and this has been some early pressure for Niers as they've played very near to their goal line. That one will scoop its way all the way to the side wall, and very fortunate that that one doesn't otherwise fall its way more lethal into the box. This one has been a cavalcade of pressure, though, as there's consistent just barrages being pushed up by the Bean Boys.
And another touch to try and settle down, and they push down for a split second, but Skimmit gonna push it right back in as Rux tries to challenge the back wall, but Gamer Gabe able to get to that one. Gamer Gabe actually been featured as one of the casters in our Stay Plugged In network. To see him on the pitch is a little bit different too, but it's pretty special to see somebody familiar here on the other side.
It's always nice, you take your game knowledge and you can be able to do what we do and maybe even say a little bit better than I can say it. How do word quickly? I don't know sometimes, but these guys are also showcasing that they have the ability to get behind the buttons and the sticks to do cool tricks that otherwise we get to describe in real time. 2 minutes by the way in terms of time have been bled off this clock. Rux leaves that one alone, and Claymore nearly comes in and sets off a big boom, but we're still even at nothing, and this has been a trade of tides and pressure as Niers is setting themselves up for some good offense.
Yeah, and for Bean Boys, that would have been a tough one pill to swallow if they would have allowed Niers to get the first goal, as they've had a majority of the pressure, like you mentioned. To let one in would have been a little bit difficult. But it's still 0-0, locked and loaded here, about halfway through of game number 1. Skimmit going to try a challenge and cause some chaos in the corner, but unfortunately will block his own man in Ruggs. But a demo from Gamer Gabe on the way out to try to free up some space from Niers, and it'll work at least temporarily until it falls to Barris. He'll play it right back in.
That was a nice side flick to just get that one out into open space over the midfield line. And this was an awkward position, so Gamer Gabe, GG's running away with it, gets some boost. This is now looking like a bit of free play antics. They're looking for the double tap, trying to trap it onto the back wall, and now that's the jump. But again, it's a little bit untimely and late, and it's a foot race trying to get it beyond Rux, but Rux is able to be the crux in that situation, stays in front of it, and they'll be Bean Boys with the first score of the game.
Interesting. He knew the one place that the defender could get to, so it looked a bit awkward as you saw A trying to get it to the corner, the back corner perhaps, but Red all the way and nicely jumping out to that one was Rux to make it 1-0 here for the Bean Boys, and all of that effort that they put in is going to at least pay off in the first goal department here with 2 minutes remaining. Here's Rux challenged in the corner. It's Gamer Gabe. We'll leave it high for A, who tries to challenge Barris, but a good job to get up there in that box in order to tap it away to the corner. Here's Claymore now, going to try to take a shot. Barris was there, but Skimmit didn't want to take any chances. Try to jump out as well and get a save. Either way, Bean Boys in their defensive stand will hold, and so do the Niers as we play back and forth.
And that's one of those unpunishable kind of double commits. Really isn't something that, you have to worry too much about. You see all of one player kind of skirting at the top of the box, and they eventually find a nice touch. Gamer Gabe trying to do the same thing here at the midfield crosshair, and that's just timely. Barris is able to get a boom down to the other end of the pitch. Skimmit looking for a passing play, and look, it's time to embarrass the defense as Barris comes across, strikes it, and that's 2 up for the Bean Boys.
The fellow Bear got the hookup pass right there in the box, and Gamer Gabe thought they had time. The Bear snuck across, rather, and was able to put it in the back of the net before the defense could even get out the challenge. So the speed of Bean Boys proving to be pretty hot so far, as they did get the 5th seed here in the bracket out of the 12 teams that will line up here. Again, the top 2 from each group advanced. And for the Bean Boys, they are the upper seed, and they're playing as such currently. As Barris up to challenge. This one will go corner. Holding back and waiting for it is going to be AEGP. Will leave it for Gabe, trying to get that touch off the side wall. He eventually gets it, but so does Skimmett as he gets the read to push it back out.
This is just one good execute for Nears from being a either tied up or at least 2-1 venture. They've been able to find a couple of different pushes, and AGP is trying to get on the top side of this ball, but Claymore in weight now has to chase it to be able to get it back to Gamer Gabe, who's played more as a constituted control main to just come out into open space. They're looking for the bump, and they're looking for a goal. That one, they can barely even buy it. They go flinging past it, and it turns into a save. Oh, Bean Boys are just saying, all right, cool, we'll take those 20 seconds to go.
You take them when they come. They don't come often, but that's definitely good news for them as this will wrap up game number 1. It would seem, at least. Nears need a goal here in the next little bit. They try and challenge, but this one will fly all the way across the pitch, killing even more time. And under 5 seconds, the Bean Boys will take game number 1. They were the striking team out of the 2, and you saw Nears work a little bit of pressure there, but a little bit too late here in this one. But no real red flags to offer me as far as Nears go. We'll see if they can put anything together in game number 2 whenever this one dies down.
Yeah, I mean, just like you saw in that final play, it was a matter of finishing the game, finishing the goal, finishing the form that you've run to the net with, and sometimes it just plays against you. But Bean Boys, they only get 2, a couple, one apiece for Bears and Rux, but there was a lot of pressure. You get to see 8 shots to the 3, and I mean, when you see the saves differential be favoring one squad, that means that they were under fire a little bit more often. So Nears, they can play maybe a little bit closer, nearer to each other, if you will, just to be able to get on the top end of the ball to force some of those passes. And also individual play, it's unfortunate. That one just hung around. I think like that was like 95% the way in. It just didn't crawl the rest of the way.
Yeah, it was so close, but a little bit too far. It was so near, but so far at the same time. And they'll look to bounce back again at no goals scored, which is notable. I know the Bean Boys very strong defensively, especially Barris with his ability to create plays there. Skimmett known to be a striker in the CMS League, so we'll see if they can continue to piece things together. I love to see from different schools as well come together. The Charlotte Engineering High School for Skimmett, and as far as Barris and Rux go, they're both from Ardrey-Kell High School. So a combination of schools around the area. That's just one of the many perks that we saw from the CMS League too.
You can see kind of rivalries turn into good collaboratives between each other, showcasing that the talent is maybe spread across districts, but also can be funneled into one spot if as necessary. Nears, so they've been able to kind of keep control so far. Bean Boys, they may be getting a favorable pinch, and that was a no touch. That's no one there, and the defense, is going to be scored on as well. Rux is able to pick it up, and this was just everyone kind of streaking on by.
Skimmett and Barris were just sitting there and pinched it across. Definitely not intentional to try to set up Rux in the midfield, but it worked out that way as well, as luck seems to be favoring the boys, aka the Bean Boys, who have seen a couple of chances really play in their favor as they continue to have this ball control and will stick on it. Thanks to Skimmett, who holds off, but he's not going to be able to contact that one. AEGP back down. Good passing play to Gamer Gabe, and they find the far side post. That was a nice play drawn up in a 1-1 tie.
You know, I wonder what AEGP stands for. I know it at least stands for passing, as maybe that final P. I don't know. I'm making that one up. But just being aware and in that position, handing it off over to Gamer Gabe, and Gamer Gabe is able to make a nice strike opposite on that furthest side post of where the defender ultimately could see it. So good job by Nears. They're able to kind of get one on the board, add some confidence, keep this one close, keep it near, but also try and set themselves up for more offense. And now it's another strike. It's picture perfect. It's the pixel perfect same position as last time.
The exact same play. And Barris got challenged by AEGP, and it was a setup nicely. The shot in the exact same location. You're right. And my goodness, what a setup there. And I think I figured it out. It is always every game passer. That's his name. Always every game passer. Yep. Double it up on that. Just in case it wasn't clear.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, you say that, but I didn't see many last game. So maybe it's now always every game passer. But there was 3 shots. There was. That's true. Okay, like most game passers. AGP, they'll be able to tell us one way or another sometime. The first 100 seconds about to chip off the clock. And this is a third. Holy cow. Gamer Gabe gets a hat trick.
Insane. Skimmit thought he was safe leaving that there. Barris couldn't get to it. And look at that read as he pinches it. And sure, it goes off Skimmit, but he takes it nonetheless. I mean, you still have to challenge that one to try to force it back towards the net. So it was very intentional. Now, is he going to land that any time out of 10? It would probably be like 1, maybe twice out of 10. But he definitely takes it in that moment.
Put it in the training pack. Eventually hit him all the time out of 10. But right now, this has been a runaway train. Bean Boys continued what they had in their prominence in game number 1. Since then, it's been 3 in a row for Nears, and every single shot and goal has been Gamer Gabe. So, well done, Gabe, so far, showcasing that they can be able to bring their team back into proper form. And this is the Bean Boys. They've been really kind of stuck on their own back half. Look at this apprehension. No one's in good positions, and that is another score. This time, it's AGP that's able to get it done.
Yeah, he was able to strike as Rux just kind of errant pass, right? Skimmit was there, but not ready to challenge, and that's all about communication, right? If you're ready to step up, that's when that touch needs to happen. Unfortunately for him, he got a little bit too far away from him. And now a 4-1 lead for Nears. You're right. I mean, they look like they're on their back foot, right? On their heels consistently, and that's not going to fly. Well, they do get one back here. Barris able to bury that one to bring them back within 2.
And that shot, in fact, will fly. It's Claymore that was just trying to just kind of tighten that one up onto the sidewall, but it ends up being just a big ricochet. There's a little bit more power that comes off of those walls, and that ends up back in open space, which allows for those rotations, especially if they're aggressive right off kickoffs, to be very punishable. Claymore's going to try and find another one here and maybe get their good name back and work in order. That the only one hasn't scored yet for Nears, but that's mostly because there's been so many big shots from Gamer Gabe and AGP with the setups. Bean Boys have a lot of time. There's been 6 goals inside of a single half of play. I mean, with this pacing, we could see another 6.
Yeah, especially the way they're passing both ways, right? And their defense was really what shaped them, both teams, really, in game number 1. So it's showing that they can be effective on both ends, but maybe not at the same time. So whichever team can do, both in the same game will definitely pull away that game, and if you can do that consistently, you'll see them win the series. But right now, it's been pretty dead even overall, especially if Gamer Gabe's going to put up a hat trick like he did in this one with some pretty insane shots. You got to feel relatively good, but that read from Barris almost found its way through. But a clean up on the back end from Nears.
It's an angle away from being more in than out, and this is just gonna be another shot opportunity, but Rux is able to keep up the footing and the pace. They do not let the one be a free touch. They go for the challenge and they win it out. Minute 30 coming up, Claymore with a layup, and Skimmit has to turn around. Just kind of lucky that no one was there in a more advantageous position for Nears to take some of these more brutal shots. It has been Bean Boys really kind of stuck in a can, the beans not getting pumped out, and Rux didn't have any boost, did for the slow flip, thought he could be able to make it up to the ball, but Bean Boys have surrendered possession more often to Nears in this final minute, and they need to be able to grab it for themselves with just 70 seconds to go. Bean Boys got to get 2 in a hurry. They at least got to get 1 with time on the clock.
Exactly right. In this one, Claymore found himself just catching that one and being able to flick it over the challenger. Barris with a read there. That was interesting as he was about halfway up to where the challenge maybe should have been from, but it didn't seem to handcuff him too bad, and so they were able to jump on this next challenge. Bean Boys need a couple. Gamer Gabe going to toss it right back. He's got a teammate. GP could not quite find that, but Claymore the follow-up too. And although one's demoed, it's not the right individual, as Barris was still left on the field and was able to defend that one.
How long can this defense really be able to stand up? They really don't even have to score anymore, Nears do, because they've got that 2-goal lead, and they already have that insurance goal on the back end of the good work that Gamer Gabe has been able to put up, and still they're diving forward with some just easy layups. AGP, they are burning necessary time off the clock for Bean Boys to get back to it. Ooh. Top 90 denied. Good defense. Bean Boys have to get a counterattack, but they've just had every single chance stolen from them.
Yeah, tap back down. Nears looking to close out now. This one will play all the way across. They will solidify it. So it'll be a 1-1 game, match that is, rather, as they just go back to work, play really well in this one. Obviously, Gamer Gabe with the pop-off there with the hat trick in this one, but then got a lot of help from their teammates as well. So now that the series is even here, we back to square one, right? It's going to be an essential best of 3. Do you get that performance again from Gamer Gabe, the way that Bean Boys were able to step up defensively in the second half?
I don't think it happens as quickly, but you saw the consistency from Gamer Gabe once he was able to kind of more confidently take over free space. He didn't score from after those 3. It was AGP that was able to get another one, but I think that was just a burst of pop off. We see that so often when it comes to just players or students, and Gamer Gabe just made the best of a great situation for him and his squad to get 3 in a hurry, especially after surrendering the first one.
That's right, and then bounce back in a hurry. I think one thing that really stood out to me as far as Bean Boys goes is they have to start being more mindful of their outlet passes. They just tend to throw the possession away pretty frequently. It's been happening, and Nears has been taking advantage of that pretty frequently. The fact that Bean Boys have kept it close after that fact is interesting to me, because that means they might be the better of the two teams should they be able to clean that one aspect up. But if it continues here late in this series, Nears may be able to take advantage of it.
I'd say one of the most important people here, especially on the Nears side of the pitch, is AGP. AGP has been able to connect between Gamer Gabe as well as Claymore. Claymore is a little bit more oriented, or rather rotationally oriented, kind of just mindful of where they need to be on the pitch, try to not kind of be too mechanical. Whereas Gamer Gabe has been very aggressive, and AGP is that glue between. For Bean Boys, it's kind of more the same. It's been Rux more often that's been that last man diving back on defense just to get this down to the corner. Speaking of the devil, Rux is here, and they're actually an Angel able to save out Bean Boys for him before anything starts to develop. But the first minute has gone away, and it looks like Nears is setting up for another bit of downfield pressure, but the counterplay is on.
Yeah, Claymore is a bit perplexed by what to do with that one. Couldn't quite get the catcher. Kind of did a little bit too much. Wanted to move forward and was just not able to do so. The momentum kind of stopped in its tracks. Rux tried to sidestep him. Claymore almost tossed that into his own man. They will regroup in a couple of touches, although awkward will serve its purpose here. And into the corner goes. Skimmit could not quite get to that challenge, and that one looked like it might stay out, but it does eventually hit the post and go in. And AGP, the one to put Nears on top, 1-0.
I put the onomatopoeia in there because you had 2 players hanging out into this corner side zone, and that means there's no defender after the rotation is happening with the third man. So a really good shot by AGP, able to find the first here in game number 3, which will be for match point advantage. And hey, sometimes it just takes 2. Rux is able to correct this rotation and this shot, and we're tied at 1.
Yeah, that kickoff, and I guess they saw him cheating and on that kickoff as well, which is the typical strategy in 3v3. However, they were able to counter that perfectly by sending it forward off that wall, and they'll definitely take it. Bear stepped up, they got a pinch, and next thing you know, it's even yet again. As Bean Boys keeping it close. This one will be pinched eventually out of the zone themselves. On it is AGP with a crafty touch there. Skimmit is able to just get a touch, and that's about it. It's a bit of a risky touch, trying to go straight back down to a defender, but if the other team is able to read that and get on it, that was a dangerous play.
Yeah, it very much was, and they were waiting for just an advantageous kind of challenge thereafter. AGP finds the best of this ball as they're able to punt it completely to the opposite side of the pitch, but they can't keep their car in the way. In fact, it's going to go the opposite way as Bears is able to find some good distance, and nice challenges have now been able to kind of math out where our teams are trying to rotate away to. A big pinch. Sometimes pinches just look like you've accidentally run into your teammate, but that one looked very, very purposeful there to boom it aside, and so does this one. Skimmit is able to skim it just outside the box, move it through, and before halftime, it's 2-1 for Bean Boys.
It's a bit of an awkward flip, but you could tell it was controlled by the way they fluttered their boost up in the air to get to that point, to get the touch point where you can to find that tough angle. And so, shout out to Skimmit for being able to find those. We saw that plenty of times in the CMS League, and it applies here against some of the best players of this Carry2College, which is, you see GC is probably going to be in GC1 is probably the lower third of competition. That's how much talent is here. So to see the matchup against the best is definitely impressive to me. And this team has come together really nicely. Remember, they didn't all come from that same school, which means chemistry was in question. I think they've been doing a good job to kind of handle that and figure it out over the course of the day. And they have this 2-1 lead. Skim it right back out, though. Nobody back either. Tries to get that last touch off the post.
Oh, that was just a little bit. I think they didn't have any boost on the back end of that shot, and they were just kind of waiting for enough, maybe even get a floor pinch, and they were just kind of letting it bounce through, having done not 99% of the work, and couldn't quite get the ace score on the test. Skim it, and a bit of a pre-jump against AGP, and it's going to be some boost stealing out into the midpoint of the pitch as well. They're trying to get it around Claymore. Claymore left in an awkward position, doesn't want to feed it to the top of the box, and that's Skim it with a back pass. It ends up going forward. Sometimes the best way to go forward is to go back for just a moment. They take that corner boost with a minute 20 to go. Bean Boys, they're trying to develop even more pressure to keep Nears from developing any of their own offense running at all.
Yeah, and sometimes when you get into these situations where you just drop the last game, the thing that you want to hyper focus on is the other net and moving forward. But yeah, those little touches, those crafty touches are everything. Trying to keep your momentum going, but keep possession more importantly to throw off the defense, which has been pretty effective, especially when you incorporate the boost steals in addition to that to really throw them off even more so. And in fact, they look a little bit distraught. Good job to handle that from AGP to try and settle out, but it's not going to be the case. Bears tries to go far post, a chance, as Skimmett was just a little bit too far off the mark to try and get that far side post.
So many demos that are happening every single time we go to the cameraman trying to give us another look. It just is an explosion, and this one could have been an explosion of a big goal, but no, AGP has to race. He's gonna go for the corner boost, gonna try and be in the way. That turns into an option, but no, it's Gamer Gabe that's able to make the newest explosion occur as they go downfield. They're able to win a challenge, and that's gonna be Skimmett that sends it across. That was very dangerous with just seconds remaining. Bean Boys trying to hold on to a very thin lead. Shot on target. It's Rux that again picks up the big bucks as they're able to make the big stop. It's still in the sky, so we're at 0-second time. That's a passing play. Oh, and it falls just short. Bean Boys on match point.
That close, and I thought they had it too. It was just a matter of where they placed that shot. As you saw the full court press, all three of them just fully committed up the field, but also positioned well away from one another in case it pinches away. That was a really smart play by Nears, but unfortunately for them, they come up just a little bit short. So they'll be match point against instead. And now the team from the CMS League, the Bean Boys, will go to match point. This has been an exciting series. I know these aren't SSL level players, but the way that they're grinding, this reminds me of what we saw in the last match, Hail Monkey Man, which is... you talk about the potential that's there and living, that lives within every single one of these players, and I'm talking about GC1 players already.
Yeah, GC1, I mean, it's funny because I've seen a lot of people that's like, oh, okay, well, this has to be the majority of what players are within Rocket League. No, this is a very thin percentage, and they're showcasing that they come out to compete. I mean, I think the majority sits within, Diamond and to Platinum. These guys are honing their craft from GC1 on up to SSL, and they're showcasing that they still have a ceiling to climb up to. The floor is very high, and they continue to go sky high with themselves. And in difference to what we had to the previous matchup, this one is very back and forth. Pendulum swing of momentum. It's just about the smallest margin of error and difference. We go to game number 4. Bean Boys want to put this one away and continue through the bracket. Nears, they're looking for another pop-off performance.
They want it, because then that will force a game 5. They want to be able to play more Rocket League, number 1, because then you obviously extends your life here in the playoffs, but then also in addition to that, more games played for the college coaches that came out tonight. A big shout out to them, and a thank you for coming out, scouting as well, but a big thank you for the players for being involved too to make this possible. A big shout out to everybody involved, even those parents that are tuning in and watching your kids perform in front of these colleges. We appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for coming out. Skimmett will be challenged here at midfield. It'll be Gabe who will try to turn on it to Claymore. Not going to be able to get to it in AGP. You could say the same thing, as he looked a little bit confused, but he will be able to get to it a couple of touches to try and play it over to his teammates. Just a bit of loose play here back and forth to begin this important game number 4.
Even with AGP confused, I trust in that player a whole lot more than I do of some others that I've seen in different competitions otherwise, because AGP has great decision making so far. They don't have much boost. They have to at least feint going for the challenge there, and that's a great bit of communication between themselves and Claymore as they get a big bump downfield. Gamer Gabe looking for the secondary shot. They've been able to take these flat angles. They actually play it slow off the backboard, but Claymore did creep up. They're gonna have to go recover. Take away that boost from Rux, and that will slow down the counterplay. And this is just more of Nears in control. As you see Rux in that corner, Bears has to go into a defensive rotation to the post, and Rux is a little bit topsy-turvy. Skimmett is looking to skip straight into the box and then come straight out, battering and bruising. It's a 3v1 against the box as well.
Oh, and they challenge it too. Skimming up for this one now. Everybody committed forward for Nears, so this should be a breakout. And Barrett's going to try to start it. Good chipping. First touch, but Gamer Gabe with the great recovery save in order to keep it out.
Downfield. Touch. Rux is going to go and joust with him in the midpoint. You know that the first goal is going to be the most important here because the dictation of pace. There's been so much pressure against Nears, but they've been able to rock and roll with it and move upfield. Rux just gets a tiny piece of it, and Bears is going to be in chase. There's no boost, really just none. You have Skimmit that was able to pick up some. Skimmit rather is the one jumping now, and they're able to send that one into a passive corner. And Gamer Gabe, everyone is collectively on top of each other. I have seen like 4 to 5 cars in the same zone. This is just so much brawling. A shot. Oh, and the miss. That's a wide open net, but Skim is able to close the door.
And will try and play it forward. You're right. They got so far committed and hyper-focused, like we mentioned before, and it almost came and haunted them. By the way, another great touch here in the challenge as well, but 2 go for it, but the double commit is nullified by the chance to get back in rotation there for Nears, so good job to recognize that. And now they're pressing forward. A good chance to try and get that dunk. It will stay out for the time being. By the way, Bean Boys, the number 12 seed against Nears, the number 5 seed. So just 1 game away from this upset. Gonna try to make it even more real, but AGP able to get that save.
Hey, number 12 versus number 5. I've seen my my bracket busted more often than not by 12s on 5s all the time when it comes to March Madness. That may happen again, and then Bean Boys are looking to try and do the same thing right here, right now. Cause a little bit of bruising, and it looks like they'll be playing against Humphreys later on, whenever if whichever team goes through into this bracket. Barris will be able to grin and bear. We're still at 0s apiece. 1 goal may be all we need here, Bear, to see who's the victor, or if we go to a game 5.
That's right. It might break the ice. It might be enough by just getting that 1 goal, but who is going to strike for it? And also, we've seen quick answers too, so maybe even that might be enough. It's going to come down to who has the full focus here after a very long day. Who has the solution for the gamer fatigue? Who has the endurance to stay on in this? As AGP kind of left it behind him here. Gabe will help him out for the time being, and a good clear out by Skimmit, and nobody back either. So that could have been on target. It would have been a goal. He's eyeballing Rux across, maybe to himself, and a chance there in the box, but nobody could get to it.
Oh, they didn't want to overcommit. They did leave 1 man on an island, and the same is still going to happen. Skimmit has to go for this. It's going to be dropping down. This is the bouncer, but they wait. They wait till they see the whites of their eyes, and the next shot is intercepted as they're able to push it off to the corner. Both teams are sending everything in the kitchen sink on these big shots. They're sending multiple players to try and boom it in, and they can't get the finishing factor. Claymore shot off. Oh no, there's a ricochet. It goes from side to side.
That was so close to being able to break through, but somehow Bean Boys gonna stay alive in this one with just 13 seconds left. Try to work out in transition. Down to 10 seconds left. In position is Nears. It'll be Gabe trying to look across, waiting. EGB holds, and Rux took a while to get there, but he did toss it away. And now Rux, or is he gonna try to force the issue, or is he gonna knock it down for overtime? That's the right call. Overtime it is.
Bean Boys 1 goal away from proceeding into the bracket, and Nears the same. Oh, it's off kickoff!
No.
Of course it is! Skims along the grass, is able to point from outside his windshield, says, yeah, that's right, big duo win. Bean Boys will take it 1-0, game 4, 3-1 in the series, and they'll be moving on to the next round.
4 seconds into overtime. The upset comes through as Skimmit, Rux, and Barris from the CMS League team up as the Bean Boys and will defeat the number 5 team Nears. Yeah, that's incredible work from them, and stayed very calm, and they could have forced the issue in regulation, but I said it is the right move to just play it down, force overtime, and then the next goal wins. Let's make it us, and that's what they did.
Oh man, that's such a 50-50 situation too, but you know what? It came out the better, and sometimes you just have to take a little bit of a risk and, you know, calm down the troops and get everyone firing the right direction. So great job, Bean Boys. You're able to take it, and even so, I was still impressed. You had a great pop-off performance by Gamer Gabe. They were able to get that hat trick in game number 2. AGP though seems to be that kind of player that's able to command the troops. I want to see what happens when you get even more resources around them. Really great player, but it will be Bean Boys that move on for this next round.
That's right, and like you mentioned, they'll face off with Humphreys, which is a team that's absolutely stacked in their own regards. A team that we've seen Daunt on, and actually it's gone through a few different rosters overall. They've had great players after great players, including Peep rather. Yeah, it's Peep. Peep the Skill, who is one of those top tier talents as well in addition. So that'll be a tough challenge for them. But listen, they got through. Bean Boys, congratulations for moving on to the next round. Hell Monkey Man, I have to say goodbye to you, unfortunately, but we will be able to see you yet again here on this channel in a couple of weeks when me and you cast some Valorants here later on in this month.
We go from pew pew out on the pitch to pew pew out on the maps. So I'm looking forward to it. And of course, this was a really fun day, and it's always fantastic being in the booth with yourself. And of course, just to see this awesome recruitment, and of course, the students showcasing their skills. I wish I was as good when I was in school. I swear I was. I probably wasn't, but these guys are. So make sure to keep your eyes on these guys.
That's right. Make sure you do. Hell Monkey Man, thank you again. I appreciate that. In addition, we'll see you later. Let's bring back on Olin to wrap up the day here on Carry2College and see your final thoughts here on the night, Olin. What did you think?
Man, that was an intense series. That was a fun watch. Congratulations, Bean Squad, for pulling off the upset, and just getting more excited for tomorrow. If that's what we're going into, come on.
Right? Exactly right. And then in addition to all the competitions, the brackets that will wrap up, we'll start with Overwatch 2 tomorrow and then follow it up with Rocket League. It starts the same time, 2 p.m. Eastern time. So in addition to that, we'll also have the recruiting. You have the college fair continuing into tomorrow, so the recruitment piece still exists for these players. But also the fact that you get to close out, try to win a little bit of extra bucks in the back pocket, which isn't a bad thing, right? Moving into a potential college career moving forward. But we also have an interview coming up with one of the players, WASD Taylor, who we mentioned just committed to Concord University. And we have a couple of awesome interviews in addition to that, too.
Yeah, a lot racked up for tomorrow. Got a lot of content coming out, and only things to be excited for, Really getting things going here in 2023, and this is just the tip of the iceberg.
For Olin, for myself here, Bearlight, we want to thank everybody for tuning in to the Stay Plugged In Network here for Carry2College. All of our broadcasts continue tomorrow, so make sure you tune in at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Actually, kickoff will be 1:50 p.m. Eastern for the pre-show, which you don't want to miss, so go ahead and hit the follow button if you're here and hanging out with us. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time. Good night.